잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? The simultaneous interpretation will be provided for today's symposium. So if you need simultaneous interpretation, please read the receiver on the table. Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 is for English. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to start the fourth international conference. I am your MC today. My name is Dr. Kang Song-chul. So, with the small window of the daily lives of the urban citizens, we will take a look at the lives of the North Korean people. So, I hope that today's symposium will serve as a venue for you to have an insight for North Korea. So first of all, I would like to invite Professor Kim Ji-young for opening remarks. Let's give her a big round of hands. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Ji-young from SSIU from Sungsil University. Nice to meet you. So today, I would like to declare the opening of today's international symposium, and I would like to thank you for participating today's event out of your busy schedule. Especially, I would like to thank Vice President of Sungsil University, Jang Kyung-nam, and other distinguished guests who would deliver the remarks. And at the same time, I would like to thank Professor Kim Song-bae for organizing today's event. With the sponsorship of Friedrich Naumann Foundation from Germany, today's symposium marks its fourth. So today, with the topic of panopticon for urban life, I would like to share a lot of thoughts and insights with you. So Mr. Frederick will deliver the keynote speech today, and including this, we would have a lot of opportunities to know about the daily lives of North Korean citizens. And this is not just about the peace of the Korean Peninsula, but this is directly related to the international peace. In particular, today, we are faced with the global security crisis. Under the circumstances, we must understand the changes of the North Korean regime, and this will be very important for the policies for North Korea. So today's symposium gathered the top-notch expertise in international security. So our research institute at Sungsil University has been exerting a lot of efforts for developing the methodologies of studying North Korea. And we have contributed a lot to the development of studies on North Korea. So today we would like to share the results from our research and study so that we can upgrade the studies on North Korea. Again, I would like to thank all the participants for today's event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the President. She has clearly mentioned the direction for today's international conference. Next, Mr. Jang Kyung-nam, the Vice President of Academic Affairs at Sooncheng University, will deliver welcoming remarks. Please give hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jang Kyung-nam, Vice President for Academic Affairs at Sooncheng University. I would like to extend a warm welcome and express my gratitude to all of you attending this international academic conference duly organized by the Sungsil Institute for Peace and Unification Studies, the Seoul Institute, and generously supported by the Friedrich Naumann Foundation in Germany. Today's international conference deals with the North Korea, and Sungsil University became from the Pyongyang in the past. So it is quite meaningful in that sense. Sungsil University, which began as Sungsil Hakdang in Pyongyang on October 10, 1897, and it boasts a 128-year history as the first university established by the Korean people, founded with the dedication of numerous missionaries, including Reverend William B. Sackrington, and the devotion of our predecessors. And it became the first Korean university. And Sungsin University has followed its educational philosophy of truth and service throughout its history. And in 1938, despite Japanese oppression, including the enforced participation in Shinto shrine worship, Sungsil University closed its door voluntarily in 1938. And our university, originally based in Pyongyang, as a diaspora institution, has grown with a profound mission of upholding the Christian faith and contributing to the reconstruction of our nation. And for Sungsil University, Korean unification is both a core aspect of its identity and a key mission. In 2016, Sungsil University was designated as a university leading unification by the Ministry of Unification. Since then, the university has supported its full-time faculty in conducting research related to unification and North Korea. In addition, the Sungsil Institute for Peace and Unification, established in 2014, plays a pivotal role in our university unification research. From the founding director Kim Sung-bae to the current seventh director Kim Ji-young, the institute has benefited from their tireless effort toward its development. Notably, Kim Sung-jun, the developed diverse research methods to observe changes in North Korean cities and the lives of urban residents in the post-marketalization era, and has been steadily conducting analysis ever since. Sungsin University, while honoring its distinguished history as the first university of the Korean nation, does not rest on its past achievement but focuses on cultivating the capabilities to lead the era ahead. Guided by the Christian value, the university nurtures individuals who serve the world and spares no effort in providing cutting-edge research support suited to an AI era. Through this effort, Sungsil aims to help heal wounds of division and prepare for the long-awaited era of national unification. And I hope that this meaningful the Sungsin University is prepared to the era of unification. And this international conference with the theme of the withering panopticon is going to focuses on the resident in the North Korea. And I sincerely appreciate the President Kim and Ji-young and the Director Kim Sung-dan for hosting this academic conference. And also, I'd like to thank Mr. Francis Bagua for the keynote speeches and the other speakers for the lectures. And I hope that this meaningful academic conference will serve as an opportunity for you to gain a clear understanding of the realities faced by our North Korean competitors, whose freedoms are deprived in very vast panopticon-like isolation, and jointly prepare for the unification era. Sungsil University will continue to support and cheer all of you, and thank you so much.
총장님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Vice President. So from now on, the second welcoming speech will be delivered by Mr. Frederick Spur. Let's give him a big round of hands. Mr. Spur, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, dear friends and colleagues, welcome to today's conference on surveillance in North Korea and other authoritarian regimes. It's a great pleasure to welcome so many distinguished scholars also from abroad here today. I'm really looking forward to the discussions and the presentations today. Please let me briefly introduce our foundation. The Friedrich Naumann Foundation is a German foundation. We are publicly funded, and we promote freedom and democracy in around 60 countries. Human rights, open societies, public participation. And I remember last year when we had this conference, it was actually the night of the martial law declaration. And we were all sitting here very worried and didn't really know what to do. Luckily, everything turned out well. But it shows, of course, how vigilant we all have to be, and not only in Korea, but of course also the democratic situation in Europe is deteriorating, and we all need to be vigilant. And our foundation is trying to work with those who want to support a democratic and liberal order. You might also think, why is a foundation that is working on democracy and open societies, why do they work on North Korea? You could think, could be a lost case, but we don't think so. First of all, we really would like to know what's actually going on in North Korea, and this is why we are so happy to work with Songsil University. So Vice President Zhang, thanks for coming. It's a great honor to have you here. Also, Director Kim, thank you very much for you, and also Professor Baer, with whom we co-organized this conference. It's a great pleasure and honor to work with you, because you always gather so many distinguished scholars who are really top-notch in that field. So thank you very much. Oh, I wasn't finished. No, but that was for you, Professor Baer. So. We also are one of the few organizations that still work with North Korea. So we have contacts with North Korea. We do work, for example, on humanitarian courses. We give online seminars, for example, on water management or waste management, because we think it's important to have some kind of contact and be open for dialogue, even though the political situation is very tense. But we still keep this contact. However, I'm very pleased and happy that today we have an event that is really connected to our core principle and our core value. Our foundation is called the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom. So the topic today really fits to our original purpose. Actually, we don't work on water management in other countries. We work on freedom, privacy rights, open societies. And this topic today fits, of course, very well into that, because surveillance is deeply connected to freedom. Even in Europe, a lot of people think, or in Korea and Western liberal societies, a lot of people think, oh, why should I care about surveillance? I have nothing to hide. But of course, that might be a bit short of thinking, because we all know that if we know that we are being surveyed, we completely change our behavior. We are becoming more obedient, cautious, less creative. And if we think about the panopticon, about that name also carries the concept of panopticon. You might have heard about the concept of the panopticon that was designed by Jeremy Bentham, and it was to supervise a prison or observe a prison. And the purpose was actually not that the guards wanted to know if something goes wrong. The purpose of the panopticon was a total surveillance, and they should stop, or they should make the people stop thinking about breaking out, so that they don't even think about becoming disobedient or revolt. So surveillance is actually there to stop doing unwanted behavior, and not only to protect doing unwanted behavior. So it's deeply connected to freedom. That's why we're happy to work on this together with Songsil University. And now I really wish you an interesting and joyful conference. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Soffer. And next, Mr. James Heenan, representative of UN Human Rights Officer, will deliver a congratulatory remark. Please give a big hand.
Merci. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to the United Nations to speak here today at this very interesting conference. The poster attracted me straight away. The human rights and state power situation in the DPRK is sometimes portrayed as something that doesn't change over time, that we're dealing with a monolithic state power that is deeply embedded in society since 1948. But of course, this is not the case. The country and the society are constantly changing, and now particularly so. The challenge for us all is to try to find out how it's changing and in which direction it's changing. And this is particularly difficult on DPRK because, in the words of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, in September to the Human Rights Council, he said the country remains more closed and more isolated than at almost any other time in its history. Today's topic is about surveillance, as we've heard from Frederick, from surveillance and control of the population and trends in state power. I'd like to offer three brief reflections based on our work, particularly coming from a report that we published in September on 10 years of human rights in the DPRK. The first reflection is that, as in all member states, more advanced technology has been rolled out widely in the DPRK over the last decade, particularly mobile technology. Sometimes people don't realise this about DPRK. When we talk about people in DPRK having access to smartphone banking, people are still surprised, including here in the ROK. This technology clearly supports the enjoyment of human rights in some ways, for example, farmers being able to access weather forecasts for their livelihood and so forth. But it has also been the vehicle for much greater surveillance of the population by the state. Camera technology in public spaces is but one example. We also see, however, that despite this greater surveillance of people, particularly the young, continue to consume so-called banned content. The second point I'd make is that the last 10 years has also seen the legal framework in the DPRK expand significantly. While this, again, it's a two-edged sword, while this brings greater legal certainty for individuals, you now know why you're being arrested maybe, it also provides the basis for greater intrusion into people's lives by the state, as well as greater punishment for infractions, notably the wider use of the death penalty, both in theory and in practice. The effect of this is a chilling effect on individuals exercising their fundamental freedoms, as again Frederick mentioned. The third and final point is about markets. Market activities in the country which were allowed or even encouraged in previous decades have now been severely curtailed. State power has re-entered the private market space or the economy in a major way. While not entirely suppressed, the local markets, the Changmadang, sellers have been constrained in what they can sell, and things like for grains and medicines, they have been entirely re-centralised to government retailers. This has had a very significant impact on human rights because people were relying, as we know, people were relying on the income from market activity to provide for themselves and their families. And the impact has been far greater on women than on men, and we can talk about that. There is a lot more to say. I encourage you all to read the report I mentioned. It also includes small but significant positive developments in the country, particularly in the treatment of detainees. But overall, the picture painted by the High Commissioner of the DPRK in 2025 is one of deep isolation from the rest of the world, re-centralisation to state power, increased surveillance over the population, and unfortunately, all these together mean a growing despair amongst the population, particularly the young. I don't want to finish on such a negative note, but there's little other way to round this up other than to say it's important that we all remain engaged on DPRK, and that's why a conference such as this is so important. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Next, we will have a keynote speech session delivered by Mr. Francesco Cuscio, Madame Francesca Cuscio with the topic of daily life panopticon of East German citizens. Let's give her a big round of hands.
Well, every society has forms of observation and control. In authoritarian systems, however, control becomes a constitutive element of social order. In the communist dictatorship of the German Democratic Republic, GDR, control became a defining principle of everyday life. It permeated almost all areas of life: school and work, neighborhood and family, leisure and communication. Surveillance was not an exceptional condition, but an everyday reality. It was based on a dense network of state institutions, social organizations, and social routines. Control was exercised not only through direct observation by the Ministry of State Security or the People's Police, but also through its embeddedness in everyday life. Control thus worked not only through repression, but also through habit, loyalty, and self-discipline. But even in one of the most dense surveillance systems in Europe, society was never completely controlled. People developed their own routines, strategies, and spaces of autonomy, often inconspicuous but effective. The system itself underwent constant change over the decades of the GDR existence. Cracks, ruptures, and spaces emerged, small zones where people acted, made decisions, negotiated, thereby shifted the framework of control. My lecture explores these everyday practices of self-assertion under the conditions of dictatorship. It asks how control functioned in the everyday urban life in the GDR, how people adapted to it, and at the same time undermined it, and what strategies they developed to evade surveillance and control. It examines the scope for individual and collective agency that existed even within a tightly collected social order. The aim is to show that even within one of the most comprehensive surveillance systems of the 20th century, forms of self-assertion, appropriation, and quiet autonomy remain possible, especially in an urban context. The system of control. The GDR had a finely meshed network of control authorities that intervened in almost all areas of citizen lives. At the top was the Social Unity Party of Germany, which ensured political loyalty through its party structures. The Ministry of State Security formed the core of the surveillance apparatus. It combined the function of the domestic secret police, investigative authority, and foreign intelligence service. In 1989, it employed over 90,000 full-time staff and approximately 180,000 unofficial collaborators. The Stasi saw itself as the shield and sword of the party, not just as a secret service, but as a comprehensive instrument of control. Its ambition was nothing should happen without the state noticing. This included the preventive surveillance of broad sections of the population. To this end, the MFS maintained a complex information network. Individuals were systematically recruited to report on conversations, contacts, and moods. This dense observation structure was effective less through actual surveillance than through the awareness of possible observation. Technical measures were also part of everyday surveillance. Mail and telephone monitoring were central elements. The Stasi set up its own department in post offices where letters were systematically opened, read, and if necessary, copied. Hundreds of thousands of items were checked every year, not only from dissidents, but also from ordinary citizens. The idea of total social penetration was part of the state's self-image. The GDR understood control as essential to political stability, as a means of securing the socialist project against enemies, both internal and external. However, surveillance was not limited to the Stasi alone. Although it bore the main responsibility, the enforcement of political loyalty was based on the interaction of numerous state and social actors. The people police played a central role in monitoring public life. They checked people's and ID cards, apartments, and social contacts, and observed gatherings. Through its presence in the cities and regular reports to the Stasi, it was an important part of the control network. The party itself, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, was a key pillar of this surveillance structure. Through its workplace party organization, grassroots organizations, the district leadership, it ensured political reliability and ideological conformity. The party organization was omnipresent in workplaces, schools, and administrations as an authority for evaluation, education, and discipline. Deviant behavior or a lack of loyalty could quickly have professional and social consequences. In addition, there were mass organizations such as the Free German Youth. These organizations ostensibly offered social and cultural participation, but at the same time served the purposes of political education and surveillance. Conformity was created and social pressure built up through membership reports and regular meetings. Also, I have to mention the judiciary and public prosecutors' offices, of course, were also closely involved in the control system. They implemented political standards in legal terms and ensured that deviation, whether actual or perceived, were sanctioned. Finally, businesses, schools, and residential areas also played a role in social control. In this way, a system was formed that shifted control to almost everyday area of life, from the workplace to school to the household. In this dense network of surveillance, authorities, state, party, and social control are intertwined. The system made control omnipresent in everyday life, not only through coercion, but also through social proximity, expectations, and conformity. It was a network that operated less through overt violence than through habituation and cooperation, and thus reached deep into the social fabric in the GDR. And yet, even this highly organized apparatus depended on cooperation. Without the participation of many, the surveillance system would not have functioned. This interdependence between power and participation, between control and consent, is central to understanding how rule functioned in the GDR. The system of control shaped people's experiences, languages, and relationships. Control was not a distant institution, but part of everyday life. Those who lived in the GDR had to learn to navigate the system with caution, with conformity, sometimes with cunning. I would now like to illustrate how this felt, how control was experienced and at the same time circumvented, using examples from everyday life, from personal experience, and from historical perspective. How did control feel in everyday life? For many East Germans, it was omnipresent and yet rarely tangible. It manifested itself in routines, in languages, in rituals, in unspoken rules of coexistence. Control was not a state of emergency, but part of normal life. I myself was born and raised in the GDR. Even as a child, I learned that there were topics it was better not to talk about at school, such as questions about the West or religion. I learned pioneer songs, had the blue neckerchief, took part in flag ceremonies. For most people, this was a matter of course. And yet, there was a second world. In the afternoons, I went to religious education classes at the Protestant church. There, other topics were discussed, and indeed, people thought differently. My family also experienced direct surveillance. My grandfather, a scientist, was neither a dissident nor political in any strict sense, but he had friends in West Germany, wrote letters, and exchanged specialist literature. In the late 80s, his telephone was tapped, His mail was monitored, and finally the Stasi secretly installed a bug in his living room. My grandparents knew nothing about it. For weeks, all conversations were recorded, including the afternoons when I was visiting my grandparents as a child and doing my homework. Today, the transcripts of these wiretapes are stored in the Stasi record archive, accessible to those affected and to researchers. The transcripts reveal the sheer absurdity of the system. A married couple's conversations about work, family, grandchildren, shopping, and the weather, carefully noted, evaluated, and archived. This example is representative of many others. It shows how deeply the logic of control intruded into private life. There was no need for open dissident or opposition to come under surveillance. In a dictatorship, it was enough simply to be alive at the wrong moment with the wrong context in the wrong place. To understand everyday life under dictatorship, it is not enough to distinguish between obedience and resistance. Historian Alf Lüdtke introduced the concept of Eigensinn, self-will, to describe a form of individual agency and self-will that persist even under conditions of coercion. Lüdtke defined Eigensinn as denoting willfulness, spontaneous self-will, a kind of self-affirmation and act of reappropriating aligned social relations, demarcating a space of one's own. This refers to the everyday practice of which people interpret, appropriate, or evade power relations, not in open opposition, but in the self-determined shaping of their own actions. Domination thus became comprehensible as a social practice, not as a rigid structure, but as a process of mutual negotiation. The historian Thomas Lindenberger further developed the concept of Eigensinn, especially in relation to the GDR. He shows how citizens did not simply passively accept state regulations, but also interpreted them independently, thereby developing their own orientations. From this perspective, everyday life becomes a field of action in which power not only asserts itself, but also transforms itself. Eigensinn manifested itself in many ways, in gestures, practices, and collective routines that existed in the tension between control and self-assertion. It was also visible in the cities where people lived together, where public and private spheres intertwined. Spaces of self-empowerment repeatedly emerged. 3 examples, Leipzig, Dresden, and East Berlin, illustrate the diversity of such strategies, culturally, technically, and socially. Leipzig was one of the intellectual and religious centers of the GDR. Home to important universities, a city with a long tradition of book publishing, and a place of vibrant religious and cultural life. In the 1980s, peace and environmental groups emerged here, using church spaces such as Nicolaus Church as semi-public forums of counter-public spheres. But even before that, Leipzig offered a special space of cultural Eigensinn. The Leipzig Book Fair was particularly a vivid example of everyday appropriation and quiet self-empowerment. Until 1973, the book fair took place twice a year, then once in the spring, and was much more than just a trade fair. It was a cultural event, a meeting place for authors, journalists, booksellers, officials, and above all, readers from all over the country. West German and international publishers also presented their new releases at the fair. This provided a brief, intense glimpse into the world beyond censorship. Books that were not available for purchase in the GDR and were only kept in the so-called poison cabinets of libraries, accessible only to a restricted audience, could be viewed publicly, picked up, and in some cases even read here. For many, the book fair was therefore a place of wonder and temptation. Visitors developed their own ways of acquiring the literature on display. Some spent hours leafing through publishers' catalogues, others took notes or copied passages to pass on later. Some went a step further. They even stole books they could not obtain otherwise. The phenomenon of book theft became so widespread that even caught the attention of the Ministry of State Security. Despite increased security measures, the deployment of law enforcement officers, and numerous informants, the Stasi was unable to prevent the thefts. The Stasi carefully recorded who took books. Not political suspect individuals, but doctors, engineers, students, and housewives. This episode is precisely what reveals the ambulance of everyday life. The Leipzig Book Fair was officially a place of socialist cultural policy, and at the same time a place of quiet transgressions. It revealed the stubbornness of reading public that refused to be deprived of knowledge, curiosity, and intellectual autonomy. Between the bookshelves and exhibition stands, under the eyes of the inspectors, a space of relative freedom emerged for a few days each year, a microcosm in which the logic of control was suspended and people appropriated something that was actually denied them, the freedom to read and think of themselves. Dresden. The former royal seat and one of the cultural centers of the GDR was particularly affected by the tension between control and self-assertion. The city was located in a region where it was technically difficult to receive Western television programs, the so-called value of the clueless. This is precisely why many Dresden residents developed remarkable creativity in order to gain access to the forbidden television images. Shortly after the Berlin Wall was built in 1961, the state made it clear that it would not tolerate Western antennas on rooftops, so people thought other solutions. They set up their antennas in courtyards where they were not visible from the street, installed them under the roof, or only mounted them in the balconies in the evening when it was dark. But simple antennas were often not enough. Especially in southern districts such as Dresden, reception was only possible with considerable technical effort due to topical features. People who wanted to watch television became inventors of necessity. They built converters, as it is seen here, crafted amplifiers, used materials from factories. The state was actually thought to exercise control, unintentionally promoted this initiative through its own infrastructure. By setting up so-called communal antenna systems, it created spaces in which citizens could develop technical solutions together, and in doing so, went far beyond what was officially permitted. What was intended as socialist self-help for receiving state broadcasters became a practice of self-will. The new systems were not only used to receive GDR programs, operators often took the opportunity to include Western broadcasters as well. Government agencies reacted with suspicion, imposing controls, bans, and shutdown orders, but citizens ignored them. They continued to build, experiment, and network. Thus, threats of punishment could not stop these activities. In the 1970s and 80s, more and more tenants, as it is seen here in Dresden, joined together to form so-called interest groups. They organized themselves, collecting signatures, collecting contributions, holding meetings, and drafting information sheets. These sheets announced which station was available in the future and proudly referred to the most modern technology, scientific findings, and social material management. By adopting and reinterpreting state arguments, the initiatives created room for maneuver within the system. They operated in the gray area between legality and rule breaking. The scene was particularly active in Dresden's new housing developments, where households joined forces to erect antennas. The state authorities tried to limit this knowledge. Magazines and television programs were instructed to avoid the topic of antenna construction, but technical know-how could not be contained. Toward the end of the 80s, these activities took a momentum that overwhelmed even the security forces. Even a state-owned company in Dresden officially listed the frequencies of all receivable radio and television programs in 1988 after commissioning an antenna system including Western Station. The disputes over television reception exemplifies how everyday practices became processes of negotiation between the state and society. The citizens of Dresden did not act against the system, but rather through it. They used its structures, its language, and its bureaucratic loopholes to achieve their goals. This is precisely where the political significance of their Eigensinn lies. They changed the rules of control not loudly, but persistently, and forced the state to give in tacitly. So at last, East Berlin was a political and administrative center of the GDR, the seat of the government, the party headquarters, and so on. At the same time, the city was a place where the contradictions between control and self-assertion were particularly acute, even under the conditions of dictatorship and despite its proximity to power. Forms of collective self-empowerment emerged here, without those involved seeing themselves as opposition figures. At the 1950s, the government created public places where people could watch the new medium of television collectively. People gathered to watch television in so-called television rooms, which were usually located in cultural centers. Originally intended as an instrument of political education, many of these rooms were transformed into social meeting places where conversation developed that did not always go in parties' favor. Here, people exchanged views over programs, talked about what they heard or seen, and integrated these impressions into their own everyday life. What was intended to be a place of propaganda thus became a space for informal public discourse. In the decade that followed, the forms of this appropriation shifted. As more and more households acquired their own televisions, the communal aspect shifted to the private sphere. In their own living rooms, people watched what the state did not want to show, and they talked about it, quietly, suggestively, but with each other. From the 1970s onwards, new forms of collective self-empowerment emerged in East Berlin, this time in cultural and intellectual spheres. The example of the Hotel Metropole, where Western newspapers had been available for foreign currencies since 1977, shows how niches opened up even in the center of the capital. The sale of Western newspapers was intended as a privilege for foreign guests. But word got around, and locals, journalists, diplomats, and curious individuals tried to take advantage of the opportunity to obtain otherwise unattainable information. Western print media circulated under the table, whether political magazines or department store catalogs. They were borrowed, copied, and passed on in companies or private circles. Small urban counter spaces also emerged: reading cycles, galleries, studios, and private apartments. Here, banned books, Western magazines, and cassettes were exchanged. These networks often did not see themselves as political opposition, but were rather an expression of creative approach in the state's attempt of control. They combined the need for education, exchange, and self-determination, and they expanded the scope of what could be said, heard, and thought in everyday life. Whether at the Leipzig Book Fair, in Dresden's new housing developments, or in the Berlin's backyard, people everywhere were looking for ways to create room for maneuver. These everyday practices of self-determination formed a dense network of experiences that did not overturn the social order in the GDR, but changed it, quietly, gradually from within. The 3 case studies have shown that the rule in the GDR functioned not only as oppression, but also as social practice, as an ongoing process of negotiation between control and participation, adaptation and Eigensinn. People were not passive objects of state surveillance, but active participants within a system that depended on their consent, cooperation, and self-discipline. The concept of Eigensinn, according to Lütke and Lindenberger, reveals the gray areas between obedience and resistance in everyday strategy for action emerged. Many citizens outwardly conformed to the expectation of the dictatorship, while at the same time using the existing structures to pursue their own interests. Eigensinn was therefore not a heroic act, but an everyday skill in dealing with power. It manifested itself in the choice of what to say and what to keep silent, in the ability to reinterpret state language, and in the skillful use of bureaucratic or technical opportunities. Power in the GDR was not a static construct. It changed from the 50s to the 80s. Those in power learned that they could not enforce everything and instead thought forms of integration. The change in communication policy from de facto prohibition to tacit tolerance is exemplary to this process. After the failed campaigns against Western broadcasting, the state began to cover up contradictions instead of resolving them. It quietly accepted what could no longer be controlled. This shift shows that dictatorships are stabilized not only by violence, but also by everyday negotiation and at the same time eroded by it. The forms of Eigensinn that developed in the cities of the GDR tell not only of surveillance but also of human agency. They show that control was never complete and that in a tightly knit system people found ways to preserve their autonomy. This observation remains relevant beyond the historical case of the GDR, for it points to a universal tension between surveillance and self-determination that is once again virulent in modern societies, for example with regard to digital control, social scoring, or state information control. Looking at the GDR teaches us that even in a dictatorship, those in power are dependent on cooperation, and when people begin to take this cooperation into their own hands, cracks appear in which freedom can grow. In this sense, looking at the GDR allows us to better understand modern forms and mechanisms of surveillance societies, not as a monolithic system, but as a complex interplay of control, cooperation, and Eigensinn. The question of how people create spaces of freedom for themselves in the midst of control remains relevant today and connects historical analysis with the present. Especially when looking at today's authoritarian regimes, the case of the GDR shows how much stability depends on participation and how microspaces of freedom enable long-term change. Thank you.
고생하셨어요.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Madame Kushel. So, as the last part of the opening ceremony, let's have a photo session together. So, as the venue is quite small, so please come to the front so that the photographer will take the commemorative photos. Only the presenters and those who delivered the speech are welcome to the floor so that they can take pictures. Thank you.
백 박사님. 네. 자, 나머지 분들은 행사장 뒤쪽에 다가가 준비되어 있으니까.
And we prepared refreshments and snack outside of the venue, so please enjoy before we begin the next session. Thank you.
아, 괜찮아요. 저희 포토그래퍼 오늘 데뷔전이어서 조금 긴장을 많이 한 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
다음 세션 준비를 위해서
So
스토리와 장면 정리
we will
준비하는
take
시간을
10-minute
갖겠습니다.
break so
다음
that our staff will do the stage transition. So the first session will be started in 11 minutes from now at 10:38. Please enjoy the snack outside. Thank you. today, so I would like to go in Korean. So I would like to present in Korean, and the presentation file is in the format that I am accustomed to. So regarding the topic, what's the keyword of today's topic is the Bayesian process tracing. So today I would like to shed light upon the legislation of North Korea with the filter or lens of Bayesian process tracing. And there are three legislations that were enacted recently in North Korea. So I would like to analyze the background of such legislation. So today I would like to touch on the issue and the cultural control of North Korea and its three legislations. And I would like to also give you the framework. And I would also like to say the existing discussions regarding the legislation. And I also analyzed cases. And then I would like to conclude my presentation today. So the reason that I conducted this study was that after the pandemic, North Korea suffered from tight control over 3 years, and during that time, they enacted three laws to control the thoughts and ideology of people. I thought that seemed quite weird. During the pandemic, for more than 3 years, they legislated laws in a series. So I wanted to analyze these laws. So I checked the literature and I found that the background of legislation seemed quite consistent, which means that with the marketization of North Korea, the spaces for the public was expanded, and the spaces with freedom were expanded, and that led to the changes of the thoughts and ideology of North Korean citizens, and that created changes, and North Korean regime recognized that as an issue. So they created three different types of laws so that they can effectively control the North Korean people. This is a general thoughts on the legislations, and in particular, in terms of citizen control, the legislations seem very strong and they have impact on human rights. And what I felt was that this impacts our research a lot because there are not so many information and data from North Korea. So this type of news can set the direction for research, and that also gives us context for our discussion. And that makes us biased in interpreting the legislations. So I wanted to analyze the situation in different aspects. That was the background of starting this research. So my question was to find other ideas and opinions. So I checked the literature in order to suppress the expansion of civic spaces seem to be very preventive in a sense. However, from different angle, North Korea tries to make their society go in a new direction. So they newly declared the civil orientation thoughts for North Korean citizens, and they created new legislations. So when they are to suppress the civic spaces, they do not touch market spaces. However, after the legislations, North Korea began suppressing the expansion of marketplaces. So I believe that there is something like changes in the mindset of North Korean rulers, and after the pandemic, some type of opportunities were created, and with this opportunity, Kim Jong-un is trying to lead North Korea in a certainly new direction. So in order to analyze the issue, I decided to use the Bayesian tracing, which is generally used for politics and sociology. So these days, based on evidence, we can verify the feasibility of the set hypothesis. So this is non-official Bayesian analysis, because when we do the Bayesian analysis, we need numbers and figures. However, I wanted it to be qualitative by analyzing dialogue and verbatims. So what I did for this research was that we can grant a type of probability and possibility by verbatim, and then the hypothesis can be divided into different elements and mechanisms, and we can evaluate the possibilities and probabilities for each element. But it's really hard to combine the evaluations, so we turned the evaluations into numbers so that we can calculate the total sum of the elements. This is what we call non-official Bayesian analysis. This is a type of a new approach. So the detailed approach will be explained sooner. So the three acts for cultural control was established in 2020, 2021, and 2023. So these laws were consecutively enacted. So regarding these laws, aligns more closely with regime consolidation, and the punishments seem to be very strong, and even death sentence can be imposed for those who went against these three laws. And there would be some damages in terms of human rights. And when we think about the context of legislation, first of all, it was enacted during the pandemic. These three laws were enacted during the pandemic. I believe that pandemic gave North Korea a special opportunity, because North Korea tried to suppress the market in the past, and it turned out to be a failure. So although North Korea tries to establish marketplaces in North Korea, there are some negative impact from the creations of marketplaces. So North Korea has always been trying to control marketplaces. So thanks to the pandemic, the national borders were shut down. So it became easier for North Korea to control the society. So under the circumstances, they enacted three legislations, and they also enacted a project act for revolution, which is to highlight the presence of Kim Jong-unism, extending beyond mere control and punishment. So with the Kim Jong-un regime, they are trying to put emphasis on the values of North Korea beyond simple control and punishment. And this will be utilized to control the marketplace. So this can be also applied to the development of local regions of North Korea. So in order to analyze the situation, I refer to a number of theories like Chomsky and Hamann and digital control and cultural control under crisis. So I explore the possibilities of these type of controls taking place under crises of North Korea. So when I establish a hypothesis, these are the elements to consider. So regarding the legislations and laws, there were some discussions. First, from the aspects of control and security, and second, the criticism on human rights, and the perspective from the perspective of youth of North Korea. So they are 장마당 marketplace generations, and they can put threats to the existence and survival of North Korean regime. However, they are literally the future generations that will take the lead in the future of North Korea. So I believe that North Korean regime were agonized over how to deal with these younger generations. So these type of discussions were taking place under the legislation of these three laws. So I set a case for analysis. Due to pandemic, the border control took place in North Korea, and after that, three legislations took place. And the reason that I set the case like this was that we had to consider the context, and there are two different types of a hypothesis. First one is the legislations were made to suppress the expansion of civic places. This is quite a general view on the legislations, and this is related to control and punishment. So in order to analyze this, we have to divide this situation with different mechanisms. So please look at the bottom of the slide. So these are causal effects in mechanism and the changes observed according to different procedures. So the cause was the expansion of civic places, and the result was the suppression on the expansion of the civic places. And second, for the marketplace, 장마당 regulation generations, they needed to remove the elements that will bring about threats to the regime survival. So this is the basic mechanism in the first hypothesis. And second one is about the consolidation of Kim Jong-unism ideology for the survival of the regime. And the problem was that the importance of consolidating the Kim Jong-un regime was emerging. So as a result, the regime was consolidated. So first, they needed to remove the reasons of impeding the system and regime, and then they needed to nurture the new talents that will take the lead in the new regime. So regarding these mechanisms, there can be some conflicts, because we are not really sure that these two are contradicting to each other. So there were some considerations of the experts and scholars. However, we must recognize that the factors can influence each other. However, they are basically contradicting. So in the Bayesian tracing, we have to set the hypothesis. So the social phenomenon are intertwined. So it's impossible to set the hypothesis of mutually contradicting. But without setting the hypothesis of mutually contradicting, we cannot proceed with Bayesian analysis. So our conclusion was that we can conduct analysis when we recognize that there will be some elements that are mutually contradicting. So let's suppose that A and B conspired to kill a same person. So A and B can influence together. However, the hypotheses are mutually contradicting. And the other thing is that there are three-step hypothesis and four-step hypothesis. So in medical sector, when we are get diagnosed with cancer, there are some wrong diagnose. So we have to consider the wrong diagnosis probability. So the same probability can apply to social science. So when we compare the two different options, we have to recognize that for the second mechanism, the evidences can exist, and this evidence can influence the main hypothesis. That's the basic framework of my analysis this time, and the first one is the formula like this. So I am comparing the two different hypotheses. So I made a O's ratio, and the researcher must grant a certain type of probability of a problem taking place in advance of conducting the research. So this is probability. And then we can calculate the post probability. And then we can know about the feasibility of two different options. So there are four alternatives, mechanism, and when we conduct analysis, we must go step by step. However, it's really hard to calculate the probability. So we have to apply a multiplication to calculate the total probability. But the first mechanism has a certain probability of influence over the second mechanism. So the different mechanisms can be intertwined together and they are influencing together. However, my assumption was that the first and second mechanisms do not influence each other. So with these method, we could find the best option. However, this is a multiplication formula, so it can be converted into log formula. So this was the procedure that I went through. What type of evidences should we look at? So the legislations are done, and we have to find the main clause, and then the context of pandemic control and market control, these are the evidences and elements. And what's really important here is to grant the pre-probability. So I grant 70% for the first hypothesis, and then the second hypothesis is 30%. So if you take a look at my paper, there is a philosophical base with the Sagan criteria and Occam's razor. So for the hypothesis with complexity, low probability will be given. And then I have been updating the hypothesis according to the stages of mechanism. So if you grant the score, it's almost like half and half. So the first updating is about the backgrounds of the opposition to the main ideology of North Korea. And the second updating is about the main hypothesis and competing hypothesis. So the second mechanism exists only for the competing hypothesis. And third, the acts on securing the knowledge and civilization of the youth. And the fourth updating is a culture protection law for Pyongyang. So when the main hypothesis is correct, the possibility of enacting such a law seems to be very low. So not only these, we must consider the contextual elements, pandemic control. So after the pandemic, Kim Jong-un was highly admired at the broadcasting stations. Like as a great leader, he handled well the pandemic situation. This secured the legitimacy of the Kim Jong-un regime. So the contradicting hypothesis has a relatively high probability, and the contradicting hypothesis shows that the market-led national framework will be rebuilt again. So by combining all these factors together, these all elements will turn into numbers and figures, and then that will be calculated, and the total sum is minus 1.94. So what's that number? What's really interesting about interpreting this number is that back in 1939, a statistician, Jeffrey, said that minus 1.94 shows that the contradicting hypothesis has a high probability. So that was the result from my research. In their initial stage, the contradicting hypothesis was given a low probability. However, in the end, the contradicting hypothesis was given a high number. So the significance of this research was that we have been biased because all the information were coming through the media outlets. However, there is a possibility of overcoming this bias from now. And the pandemic control and the culture control will renew the regime. So there is a possibility of a new theoretical framework. And in terms of methodology, it innovated. And third, this is even more meaningful in terms of policies. So with these three legislations, North Korea will maintain the existing system, but at the same time, it will try to control the problems. And more than that, it will create a totally new framework of North Korean regime. So if this is right, this will require the response from the international community. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for not giving some enough time for presentation. Next, Professor Bang Myung-soo will deliver a presentation on the withering of the panopticon in North Korean workers' everyday life. Morning, my name is Bang Myung-soo. Today I'd like to present with the theme of the withering of the panopticon in North Korean workers' everyday life, a comparative study of socialist enterprises in Pyongyang and Haesan. This is the contents, and I'd like to present in the Korean, and I have presented in the PPT file in the Korean language. And you see the red parts in the page number 4. You can refer to the shifts that booklets that we provided. There was discussion of scholars of before and after the marketization, what kind of changes were done. So it is going to change the structure of the North Korea, and there were about 550 markets in North Korea, and especially there is a deviation of the workers of the North Korea. But in the current days, the marketization is still working and the enterprises are still in the operation. So I think that the panopticon, how the system in the North Korea can maintain, and the marketization does not lead to the change in the system of the North Korea. So this is the reason why I started my study. And I also the control and the surveillance of the enterprise workers. That was the power of maintaining the North Korean structure. You may not agree to my thesis. The labor and working and not only is the production economic activity, but also the powerful tool to maintain the ideological training for the North Korean people. So they are the central role in delivering the political ideology. You see the photos in the front, so that is the place for political training. So in any situation, the North Korean government does not give up the control and surveillance on the enterprise workers. It seems that even after the marketization, the enterprise workers are still under the control and the surveillance by the state government. So that means the enterprise workers are the most political and ideological group in the North Korean. So if you see the change in them, you can see the change in the North Korean society. So that is my research question to start with, and I use the geoethnography methodology. And this is a mega phenomenon maintained and contributed to the change in the workers. So the withering panopticon in the North Korean society. Panopticon was coined by the Jeremy Bentham. There is one central watcher, and he watches every inmate, and most of the inmates do not notice they were being watched. And with this structure, Michel Foucault interpreted this is the powerful structure of the modern society. So, in order to effectively control the physical body of the inmates, so meticulously classified, and it is the power of motivating the modern society. There are three stages of the panopticon operation. The first one is the structure, and the second stage is the power, and the third one is the internalization. So the prisoners are unaware of whether they are being monitored, and they exchange the information about the prisoners among the monitors, but the inmates are disconnected with each other. And the second stage is that from the eyes of the prisoners, the inmates are the subject of punishment, so they do not provide the basic supplies for survival. And the last stage is self-control. That means internalization of disciplinary power. So prisoners themselves control their thoughts and actions. So these are the three stages of the panopticon operation. So the ultimate goal is to increase the power of the overseer's power. And with that methodology, many of the analyses were done in North Korea. So I delve into the research on the panopticon operation on the North Korea, and I will skip that part. With the economic hardship, the workers' deviation from the enterprises, especially the Korean scholars with the citizenship in South Korea, see that the controls were slowed down after the marketization. So they experience the confusion in ideology. So they are blurring between the working for enterprises and have income from the market 장마당. The advanced research see that the marketization, the state power is still maintained. Why is that? Even though the workers seems to deter from the enterprises, but they are the ones that still maintain the state power and the ideological system. This is the analysis framework that I prepared. The first one is the first stage. So there was a surveillance of the workers through the social structure. So what time they commute and what time they finish their work, if they broke the line, what kind of punishments they get. And through this surveillance or control, the collectivism and the loyalty to labor, they control the awareness of the workers actually, and ultimately it aims to strengthen the power of the state. Not only they work for the enterprises, but they also have to get ideological or political training after their work. I used the geoethnographic methodology for my research, so it connects the voices of people living in space and space. So that will make an impact on the individual life. And it's very useful to be used in North Korea, where the foreigners are not allowed to enter. So this is a very useful methodology. So through this, I categorized the research part. So the central enterprises in Pyongyang, central local enterprises, and Haesan's local enterprises and central parts. And Pyongyang is the capital city, and Haesan is very close to Chinese boundary, so it's a very dynamic city, and as it is proximate to China. The first one is the central enterprise. When I categorize it into the two categories, the central enterprise is controlled by the state, and the local enterprises is controlled by the local committee. So it is categorized by who operates the enterprises. So geographically, I categorize it into the 4 zones or areas for enterprises, whether they are located in Pyongyang or in Haesan, and whether it is local or central. And Haesan City, Haesan-지구, and Haesan Zone and Wheeon Zone. So when I use the geoethnography perspective, actually the researcher should go directly into the spot to do a research, but the Korean resident cannot enter the North Korea, as you already know. Even if the different nationality people go to the North Korea, there is a clear limitation because there is a cultural fear in North Korean society. That is why the researcher with different nationality is only go to the places where the North Korean government allows. So even if they enter, it may be politically controlled. So that is why I use the proxy cultural research. I conducted on the group interview with the North Korean defectors, and they have experienced the defection, and they still feel free from living in other countries rather than North Korea. So that is why they are very subjective of giving a very objective. So that is why I conducted the group interview with the North Korean defectors. You can refer to the booklet later on, and that is the interview research methodology and information and how I carried out an interview. So 10 North Korean defectors from Pyongyang and 10 North Korean defectors from Haesan. So they were actually the enterprise workers, and they became the North Korean defectors later on. And I conducted a group interview and the 4 individual personal interviews. And this is the interview questions. And this is the labor culture of the enterprises. You see their very diverse structure. So you see the administrative structure and the political state map. The 3 structures that I show you in the previous slide. So the regulations and control are very much well maintained. You can refer to the page 19.5. And before and after the marketization, the surveillance and report culture, what kind of changes they got in the local or central enterprises. So the leadership, the North Korean leadership, control and surveillance by the state government or political party, after the marketization is still maintained in Pyongyang area, both for central and local enterprises in Pyongyang city. And especially central enterprises in Pyongyang, even after the marketization, the autonomously is not well maintained. And this kind of structure, even after the marketization, the reporting culture and the surveillance culture is still witnessed, and they are well connected to and well impacted on the lives of the residents and workers. So the residents were well maintained. That is why the workers at the enterprises do not absent from the workers working places. So unlike other regions in North Korea, they do not absent from the workers, and after during the break time or after they finish work, they sometimes they go to the market to earn extra income. So they can also accumulate a personal income, and they are the resident in Pyongyang. They are very free from go and out of Seongyang, and you see the witnesses the marketization activity in this photo. So after they go to the work and then participate in 8.3 activity. So that is their work route. And you see the photos. From Monday to Friday, they work every day, and they also have to participate in the Wednesday training and the Friday labor training, and at the Saturday also have to get a political training. This kind of schedules go on and on, and if they do not keep their schedule, they have to be deferred to relocate to other regions in North Korea. And through this process, what kind of behaviors will change? Before and after the marketization, the political and ideological training was done for the workers. Especially in Pyongyang, many political events take place. And because of the reasons, they actively participate in the political training, but as time goes on, the resin was not distributed well. That is why they are not active in participating in the training, so they cannot show up their complaints because of the control of the government. And also, the Haesan's central enterprises is controlled by the local committee. Unlike other cities, there is water and inmates are disconnected. Water can only witness the inmates, but the North Korean cases, laborers also interactively witnesses the water. So the both local and central enterprises, the workers can witness also the other workers or economic activity in the market. So after the marketization, there are many cases of absence from the workers witnessed in Haesan than in Pyongyang. There were more bribery cases, not earning an extra income, participating in market. So the central enterprises, even though Haesan is very distant from Pyongyang, but the central enterprises get a ration, so that is why they do not absent from the worker, but the local enterprises worker have to earn their extra money by selling their goods in the market. That is why more people are absent from the companies or enterprises in local enterprises. So this is the Haesan City's the central enterprise and the local enterprises labor culture before and after the marketization. Before marketization, they are provided the rations. Well, so they conduct regularly the training, working on a regular basis. However, after the marketization, this still go on, but the behavior became different because the ration was not enough. So 8.3 labor, they can absent from the regular basis political training, but still they have to participate in the political ideological training required by the North Korean government, and there was a change in ideology. You see the tables, and before and after the marketization, structurally, there was a surveillance on the enterprises before and after the marketization for both central enterprises and local enterprises. They are still the same, but at the same time, second stage there is a working absent, and the third stage is the behavior. There's an internally very complaint, but they cannot express their complaint because of the strong control. And in Hesan City, this is the same structure as well. For conclusion, this research is to witness the most docile and political ideological group for the enterprise workers. The enterprise workers are the most powerful drivers to maintain the North Korean system, and with the marketization, the official economic system, like a planned economy or the enterprises. So I had a clear doubt that this kind of marketization will maintain, whether it is still maintain the North Korean system. So I think that the panopticon is not withering in the North Korean society. This will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
So next, Dr. Jung Song-jun will deliver the presentation. Dr. Jung, the floor is yours. Good morning. Today, I will present the technological resistance and living experiences of North Korea's smartphone generation under the mobile panopticon. The study was conducted using a mixed methods approach that combines actor network theory, ANT, and phenomenology. So first, I would like to tell you on the background of such a study. For the North Korean regime, smartphones are a double-edged sword. So it's a controlled society, which is digital control. So I focused on smartphone panopticon of North Korea, which is a double-edged sword. Approximately 7.5 million smartphones have been distributed, which is more than two-thirds of the total population, making them indispensable to the marketized economy. At the same time, they pose a threat by enabling the inflow of external information and forming uncontrollable social networks beyond state control. This study focused on the smartphone generation, distinguished from the well-known 장마당 generation. They are a transitional cohort born from the late 1990s to the 2000s who grew up with digital devices. So these younger generations are being divided these days, and we these days say that they are in between generation. So they are digital natives, and they are different from the existing 장마당 generation. So to emphasize their digital native characteristics, the study refers to them as the smartphone generation. Familiar with digital technology from childhood,
모바일 디지털 감시 체제로 전환되고 있는 상황에서 가장 적극적으로 맞서고 있는 핵심적인 대항 행위자라고 볼
so
수가
they are the core of the behaviors.
이와 관련된 기존 연구를 살펴봤더니
So the previous studies have primarily contributed to analyzing smartphone usage patterns, examining surveillance technologies, and exploring the dynamics of control and resistance surrounding smartphones. However, no study has analyzed the evolving dynamics of technological resistance networks formed by North Korean youth against mobile surveillance. nor
또
have
이러한 모바일 감시
previous
체제를
works
경험하고 있는
deeply
청년
examined the
세대가
subjective
어떤 감정과 의식과
consciousness,
욕망을
emotions, and desires
표현하는가라고 하는
experienced
주관적인
by young
삶의
people
경험을
living
깊게
under
다룬
this
연구는
system.
부족하다고 판단이 되었습니다. 그래서 저는
So,
초점을
the
스마트폰
purpose of this
세대의
study is to
기술적 그
analyze the
네트워크
technological
저항과 그와
networks of
관련된
mobile
생활 삶의
resistance and
경험을
to explore
탐구한
the
것을
living
발표했습니다.
experiences of young
그래서
people
이를
engaged
위해서
in
연구
such
질문 두 가지가
resistance.
있는데요. 첫
Two
번째는
research questions guide the study.
정부의 모바일
From an
감시
ant
체제에
perspective,
맞서서
how does
이러한
the youth
청년층의 기술적
technological
저항
resistance
네트워크가
network
어떻게
evolve and
진화하며
clash with the
충돌해 왔는가?
regime's mobile
또 두
surveillance
번째
network?
질문은 그러한
And
과정에서
secondly,
이러한
from a
스마트폰 청년 세대가
phenomenological
경험하는
perspective,
주관적인
what
삶의 경험은
subjective
무엇이고
experiences do
그 의미는
members of the
무엇인가?
smartphone
라는
generation
의미의
undergo, and what
질문을
meanings do they
던졌습니다.
ascribe to them?
이러한 연구를 수행하기 위해서 그 이론적
So
토대가
this study
필요했는데요.
draws
세
on
가지
three
이론적
theoretical
토대를
foundations.
채택을 했습니다. 첫 번째는
First,
그 푸코의
Foucault's
파노티콘
mobile
개념입니다.
panopticon.
이 스마트폰을 통해서 일어나고
So
있는
via
상시적인
smartphones,
감시
there are
또는
watchings
검열형의
and
모바일 감시
monitoring and
체계를
censorship on
분석하는
mobile
데
devices.
활용되었습니다. 두
And
번째는
second,
제임스
James
스캇의
Scott's
약자의
weapons of the
무기
weak.
이론입니다. 이것은 체제에 순응하는 채 하면서
So
그러나
Scott's
이면에서
theory
일상적인
provides
저항을 하고
insights
있는
into
것을 분석하는 데
everyday hidden
활용되었습니다.
resistance
그리고
beneath apparent
마지막으로 Actor Network
compliance.
Theory, 행위자
And
네트워크
last,
이론을 채택을
Ant
했습니다.
theory.
이 행위자 네트워크
Ant
이론의
enables
특징은
the
뭐냐면
mapping of the
행위자를
technical
사람만 보는 것이
battleground
아니라
where human
비인간
actors,
행위자, 예를 들면
like
스마트폰,
states or
USB
youth,
이런 것도
smartphone,
하나의
and
주체적인
USB,
역할을 하는 행위자로 보고 있습니다. 그래서 이러한
non-human
것을
actors,
분석하는데
clash.
네트워크 간의
So
그러니까 국가
between
네트워크,
networks,
네트워크
national network,
청년들의 저항 네트워크를
youth
분석하는 데
resistance
있어서
network
굉장히 도움이 되기
were
때문에 채택을 했습니다.
analyzed.
연구 방법은
So
혼합
this
연구
research
방법을
adopts a
적용을
dual
했습니다.
lens approach
이중적 렌즈 접근인데 ANT
and
이론을 통해 행위자
ANT to
네트워크 이론을
explain how
통해서는
networks operate and
객관적인
phenomenology
네트워크를
to
매핑하는 그래서
explain
어떻게
what is
작동하는가를 분석을
experienced.
했고요. 그리고 두
So ant
번째
mapping relies on smartphone forensic
현상학을
reports,
통해서는
NGO
그들이 경험하는
publications,
주관적
media
삶의 경험이
materials, and state
도대체
media.
무엇을 경험하고 있는가라는 것들을 객관적인 것과 주관적인 것을
So the
동시에
objective and
보기 위해서
subjective
이중적
elements were
관점으로
analyzed at the
연구를
same
진행했습니다.
time.
연구 결과를 나누어서 발표를 하겠습니다.
So the first
첫째로는
research
technical network,
finding concerns
기술적
the
감시와
technological
저항에
network analysis.
관한 행위자 네트워크 매핑을 말씀을
ANT
드리겠습니다.
mapping revealed that the technological
연구
power
결과
struggle between surveillance and
국가의 기술적
resistance
네트워크와
networks
통제적
surrounding
네트워크와
smartphones
그다음에 청년층의
unfolds in
저항
four
네트워크가
phases.
신교류기가 일어나고 있는데 저는 네
So,
가지 시기로 분석을 했습니다.
this
첫째
power
시기는
struggle can be divided into four
오픈
major
윈도우,
phases.
열린
First
창문
one
시기.
is open
그다음에 두
window,
번째 시기는
followed by
월드
phase
가든,
2, walled garden,
폐쇄된 정원 시기. 그리고 세
phase
번째는
3,
테크니컬
technical
arms
arms
race,
race,
그러니까 기술적 무기 경쟁 시기. 그리고 네
phase 4,
번째는 락다운
legal
시기.
and
이렇게 네
systemic
가지로
lockdown.
봤습니다. 제일 먼저
So,
오픈 윈도우,
the
열린
first
창문 시기입니다.
smartphones
이
introduced were
시기에
based on
여러분 보면
Android
그
OS
그림에 보면
4
국가가
and
새로운
had fully
스마트폰을
open USB
도입을
ports.
하게 됩니다. 2008년도부터 2013년도까지 이루어진
From
건데요.
2008 to
이때는 화웨이,
2013.
GTE 같은 중국 스마트폰을
So
아무것도
there,
겨냥하지 않고
Huawei
그대로
and
도입을 하게 됩니다.
GTE and other
그런데
Chinese-made
여기에는
smartphones were
통제 감시
introduced without
그
any
장치가
of
전혀 없고
modification. So
US
there were
포트가
no
완전히
devices for
결함되어
surveillance.
있었습니다. 그래서
During
이것을
this period, there were
스마트폰
no
세대는
surveillance or
젊은
control
친구들은
mechanisms
여러분
embedded
여기
in the
노란색은
devices.
뭐냐면은 이러한 그 기기들을 행위자들을 비인간 행위자들을
So
청년 세대가
the young
적극적으로
people freely
자신의
used
네트워크에
USB
편입하고 있는
drives
것을
and
볼 수가
SD
있습니다.
cards to
여기에 또
load
황색으로 되어
external
있는
and
USB
South
SD
Korean
카드를
media
도입을
onto
해서
their
그들이 원하는
smartphones.
외부 콘텐츠를
So the
성공적으로
external
USB
contents
포트에
could be
연결을 해서
embedded successfully
스마트폰으로
with the US
시청을 하게
port
됩니다.
connection.
이러한 결과
As a result, the state cannot use smartphones as instruments of surveillance or control. Phase 1 ended as a complete victory for the youth, prompting the authorities to temporarily suspend the smartphone project due to unexpected outcomes. And then, from 2014 to 2016, there was the Phase 2 walled garden.
바로 이때 새로운 스마트폰을 도입하는데요. 이것이 나온
So,
것이
phase
바로
2 marks the state's
아리랑입니다. 2013년 9월에
counteroffensive. The
아리랑이 나왔는데
authorities
이
introduced the new
아리랑이
smartphones
나오면서
equipped with
OS를
modified
완전히 개조를
operating
합니다.
systems with
그래서
Arirang
OS에다가
2. These OS
매시브
revisions
사인이라고 하는
included
디지털
a
서명
digital
시스템,
signature system,
그다음에
which is
레드
called
플래그라고 하는 스파이웨어,
Sign, and red
그리고
flag
열람
spyware that
분석계thống,
automatically captures
활동
screenshots,
감시
trace viewer, which logs user
시스토리를
activity.
기록하는 이러한 앱들을
So these
아주 기본적으로
applications were
장착을 하게
basically
됩니다.
embedded
그래서
to the
여러분 여기
mobile
보시면 USB
devices
포트가
from this
까만색으로 되어
era.
있죠.
So the
완전히
USB
블락킹을
devices
해버려서
were totally
그래서 이제
blocked
스마트폰 세대는
in
기존에
marked
가지고 있는
with
USB
black.
카드로 접근을 할 수 없도록 완전히
So the
막아버립니다. 그래서
accessibility
이것을
was
월드
totally shut
가든,
down. This is
폐쇄된
the reason that
정원이라고
the phase 2
이야기를 하게 됩니다.
is
그래서
called
다시
walled
한번 이
garden.
까만색의
So
네트워킹이
the networking
국가
between the
네트워크가
black
편입되는
marked
일들이 일어나고
elements
우리가
were
많이 봤습니다.
integrated to
그리고
the
이렇게
national
그림에 나와 있는
activities.
것처럼
So as the picture
청년층의
shows,
저항 네트워크는
the
완전히
resistance
무력화되는 그러나
network
한국
of the
컨텐츠만
youth
조금
were
살아남아 있는
just
상황이
shut
되었습니다.
down.
그 다음에 이제 3단계가 되는데
And let's
이
move on to the
3단계는
phase 3
기술적
technical
무기
arms race
경쟁이라는
era from
단계입니다.
2017 to 2019.
이 기술적 무기
So the
단계에서
smartphone
이
generation did
청년
not
세대는
yield.
루팅 앱을 개발합니다.
They developed
루팅 앱은
routing
참매, 비둘기
applications
같은
such
루팅 앱이
as
있는데
참매
이
and
루팅 앱의
비둘기
특징은
to
뭐냐면
neutralize the
기존에
surveillance
폐쇄되어
components of
있는
the
OS를
OS
뚫어버리는 것입니다. 그래서
by
그것을
employing
변형하고
new
조작해서
non-human
여기에
actors,
컴퓨터와
computers,
USB라는
and
새로운
USB cables.
비인간
They bypassed the
행위자가
system
도입이
and
됩니다.
regained
도입이
access to
되면서
USB ports.
기존의
This
이
allowed
막혀
them
있던
once again to
그런
consume external
정부의 그
and South
네트워크를
Korean
청년층이
cultural
뚫게
content.
됩니다. 그러면서 다시
The
한번
surveillance network
OS와 USB
retreated,
포트가
ending this
청년층의
phase
저항
as a
네트워크로 다시
victory for
편입되는
the
확장이 되는 일이
resistance
일어나고
network.
그 다음에 국가의 감시 네트워크는
So
다시
the
오그라들게 됩니다.
surveillance network of the states were
마지막으로
shrunken
네 번째
again.
단계는요.
And lastly, there
법적
was the phase
그리고
4, legal and
기술적
systemic lockdown
봉쇄
era from
시기입니다. 이때 북한
2020.
당국은
So
강력한
the North
법적
Korean
처벌을
authorities
도입합니다.
introduced
아까
harsh
앞에서
legal
가동
sanctions to
못했던
create
반동
psychological
사상 문화
lockdown,
대결법 2020년 청년
including the
교양보장법 2021년
Reactionary Thought and Culture
2023년에
Rejection Act of
성장문화
2020,
보호법을 통해서
the Youth Education
강력하게
Guarantee
법적인
Act
처벌을
of
시도를 합니다.
2021, and the
이를 통해서
Pyongyang
이
Cultural Language
스마트폰 청년
Protection Act
세대에게
of
심리적
2023.
압박을 굉장히 가하게
Newer
됩니다.
smartphones
또한
include
그때
OS configurations that
삼성이
make routing
아니라
fundamentally
삼패선입니다.
impossible,
짝퉁인데
shutting down
삼패선
avenues
8이라고
for
하는
technological
루팅 자체를
resistance.
불가능하게
So the
하는 새로운
routing
OS를 다시 내게 됩니다.
blocking
그래서 여기
smartphone
노란색
OS, which
색깔로
is
되어 있는
called the
것인데
Samtaesong 8,
Video Share
was
Block,
released.
Activity Record
So
Block,
all the
그다음에
activity
Secure
record
Port가
blocks and
만들어집니다.
secure
이렇게 해서 또다시
ports was
이
created for the
스마트폰
mobile
세계는
devices.
완전히 국가의 네트워크로 편입이
So
되고
newer
이
smartphones include
청년층의
OS
네트워크가 또다시
configurations that
완전히
make
무너지게
routing
됩니다.
fundamentally impossible, shutting down
근데
avenues
여기에 또
for
어떤 반격이
technological
일어나냐면은
resistance, and the
국가가
resistance network
통제용으로 만들었던
shifted
시큐어
toward
폴더를
micro
다시 이
level
청년층이
strategies
활용을 하기
such as
시작합니다.
using hidden
그래서
security folders
비밀리에
or
국가가
relying
만들어 놓은
again
비밀 폴더를
on
오히려
physical
청년층이
USB drives.
비밀 그런 파일들을 보관하는 장소로 활용하게 되면서
So
다시 이렇게
the younger
노란색의
generation
기술이
utilized
되었습니다.
that
이런
as
식으로
the
해서
warehouse of
지금까지 이것이
securing
이루어지고
their
있습니다.
own contents.
이것의 지금 결론은 뭘
So
말하냐면 북한의 청년층
this shows
스마트폰
that the
세대는
younger
굉장히
smartphone generations of
스마트폰
North
기술이 발달되고
America
있으면서 국가가 막고
can
있는 여러 가지 통제와 감시를 계속해서
penetrate
뚫고
the
있는 현상이
walls
일어나고
of
있고
control and
그래서
surveillance
디지털
by state.
뭐냐면
So
전투가 일어나고 있다.
there is a
이렇게 판단할
digital
수가
battle
있겠습니다.
in North
지금까지는
Korea.
객관적인 기술적 네트워크를 이제 분석한 거고요.
And from now on, I would
그다음에
like
두
to tell you
번째는
the next
이와
findings
관련된
derived
이런
from
청년층 스마트폰 세대가
phenomenological
어떠한
analysis.
주관적인 삶의 경험을 하고 있는가 스마트폰과 관련돼서 그런 것입니다. 연구 결과 98개의
So from 98 meaning units, 23 sub-themes and 5 major themes emerged.
주제로 이렇게 결론이 되었습니다. 첫 번째가 뭐냐면
So
의식적인 경험입니다.
first
어떠한
one is
의식적
conscious
경험인가?
experiences.
첫째는 뭐냐면
First,
청년층은
young generation
항상
clearly
상시적으로
recognized a
감시 체제가
constant
돌아가고 있는 것을
surveillance system,
명확하게 인지하고 있었습니다.
such as
이런 감시
random
체계는 처음에는 이제
inspections,
물리적 검열입니다.
targeted
물시 검열을
surveillance
한다든가 학교나 직장에서 정기 검열을 한다든가
at
이런
school and
검열이 있고요.
workspace.
그것을 항상
And
의식하고 있었습니다. 두 번째는 표적 감시입니다. 특정한 계층에 대한
so
표적 감시를
to a certain
청년들은 의식하고
classes,
있었습니다.
the
그리고 세
surveillance took
번째는
place. And
디지털
third,
서베일런스,
digital
그러니까
surveillance.
디지털 감시 중에 그 아주 초기 형태,
This is kind of
옥청이나
a initial
위치
form
추적을
of
항상
digital
의식을 하고
surveillance,
있었다는
such
것이
as
중요합니다. 두
view
번째는
logs and
그들은
wiretapping. And
국가에서
second,
하고 있는
they also
여러 가지
recognize the
감시
technical
앱들을 미리
mechanisms
인식을 하고
run
있었습니다.
by the
기술적
states,
감시 메커니즘을
such
인식하고
as
있었는데 예를 들면
viewer
디지털 소통
tracer
시스템이라든가
and
열람
naughty
미러기라든가 이런
sign
것을 인식하고 있었고요.
and psychological
나중에
monitoring through
국가에서 열람
exposing
이력을
hidden
의도적으로
logs,
스마트폰의 보이게 노출을 합니다. 그것을
because
바로
the
심리적으로
states
압박을 주어서 우리가 너를
intentionally
이렇게 감시하고
expose
있으니까
the
하지
viewer
말라라는
tracer
메시지를
log on
주기
the
위한
mobile
것인데
devices
그래서 그것에
to
대한
send some
굉장히
signals to
이렇게
suppress
심리적 압박을
the
청년들은 하고
psychology of the younger
있었습니다.
generations.
이러한 그 감시의 어떤 그
These
보이지 않는
conditions
압박감이
produced
결국에는 무엇으로
internalized
이어지냐면은
self-censorship,
그 파놉티컬에서
such as
이야기하는 그 자기 검열행위입니다.
regulating
그들이
one's
항상
language,
언어나
thoughts, and
생각이나
behavior, as
행동에 스스로를
Panopticon says,
검열하고 항상
and
각성
maintaining a
상태로
heightened
일상적인
state
삶을
of
하고 있었습니다.
alertness,
그리고 이들은 그
and normalizing
스마트폰으로
mutual
그 한국
surveillance.
드라마를 보거나 하더라도
So they
가까운
can
친구
watch Korean
사이에도
TV, South Korean TV
절대로
series, but they
이렇게
don't tell
정해진
this
사람으로는 쉐어를
even
하지
to
않았는데
close
그
friends,
이유는 뭐냐면
because
친구라 할지라도
even
언제든지
friends
이것이
can
노출되었을 때
monitor each other.
고발할지도 모른다 하는 상호 감시를 여전히 의식하고 있었어요. 그래서
So
일종의 보험이라는 것이 뭐냐면은
the safe net
저 친구가
is
나한테 스마트폰에
like
무슨 영상을 주면 나도
when my
영상을
friend
교환하는
give
방식으로
me
둘
a
다
certain
공범을
content
만들어가지고
via
어느
mobile
누구도
phone, then
고발하지
I
못하게
can
하는 그런 시스템을 청년들이
give another type
구축하고
of
있었습니다.
contents that I secretly downloaded
이러한
to my friends.
그 스마트폰
This is how they
활용이
can
무엇을
secure
이야기하냐면
themselves.
계속해서 지금 자기가 배운 이 현실과 자기가
So
보고
by
깨닫는
using
현실의
these mobile
모순점을
devices,
청년
they can
세대는
realize
계속해서
that there is
의식을
a
하고 있고
difference and gap
모순점을
between
느끼고
the
있었고
reality that
그리고 의식적
they
균열을 느끼게
experienced
됩니다. 그래서
and the
계속해서
reality
왜라는
that they
질문을 하게
learned at
됩니다.
school.
나는 왜 우리는
So they
이렇지? 왜
began
이런
asking
일이
fundamental
일어나지?
questions of
라는
why,
세계관의 균열을 경험하고 있는 것을
because this
알 수가
process
있습니다.
created cracks in their
두 번째는
worldview.
감정의 영역입니다.
And
감정의
second,
영역.
emotions.
감정은
So emotions
두려움과
contain the
쾌감의 이중성을
duality,
가지고
fear
있었습니다.
and
먼저는 처벌에
exhilaration.
대한 두려움이 있었습니다. 이것은
First,
특별히
they
개인
had
처벌이 아니라
fear on
영자재 처벌이라는
possible
그 두려움을 갖고
punishment.
있었고요. 그럼에도
Surveillance was
불구하고
tied
이런
to
처벌을
violent punishment and guilt
직접적으로나
by
간접적으로 경험한
association,
청년들은 강력한
creating
반발심을
severe fear.
마음속에 갖고
Yet
있었습니다.
repression also
그럼에도
generated
불구하고
strong
이런
defiance.
두려움과
The
이런
thrill
반발심에도
of
불구하고 그들이
using routing
계속해서
apps and
이러한
accessing
것을
forbidden
금지하는 것을 하게 되는
external
것은
information
그 쾌감을
often
느꼈다고
overshadowed
짜릿한 쾌감을
fear.
느꼈다고 그렇게 증언을 했습니다. 예를 들면
This became the core
그
engine
비둘기라고
of
하는 루팅 앱을
resistance.
사용해서
Let's
막혀
suppose
있는
that you
스마트폰을
use the
뚫었을 때
비둘기 routing
느끼는
app and you
쾌감
can make
그리고
inroads into
보지
a
말라는
blocked
걸 보지
application
말라고 보지
that
말라고
will
하면은 더
create
보고
a lot of
싶은
joy,
그런 욕망
and
그리고 그것을
that's
봤을 때
related
생기는
to the
만족감
desire
이런
to
것들이
watch the
두려움을 충분히 이기고도
forbidden
남았다
contents,
그렇게 증언을
and this is
했습니다.
even stronger than the fear that they had in their
의식적인
mind.
영역에서는요 세
And in
가지로
terms of intention and
나타나는데
will, young
청년층은요
people employed
국가의
everyday
이런 그
resistance
감시 통제적인
rather
정책에
than
의해서
direct
직접적인
confrontation,
대항보다는
aligning
제임스
with
스캇이
Scott's
말한
weapons
약자의
of the
무기
weak.
일상적인 저항을 아주 적극적으로 활용을 했습니다.
So
그런데 흥미로운 것은
what's really
청년들
interesting is
중에서도
that
엘리트층이
the
있고
elites engage it
엘리트층이
in
있는데
passive
일상적인
resistance
저항을
by
하는 방법이
separating
굉장히 달랐습니다.
devices.
예를 들면
On the other hand,
엘리트층은 소극적인
the
저항을
ordinary
사용했습니다. 어떤
citizens
소극적인
engage
저항이냐?
it in
그들은
even
이미
more
집에도
aggressive
컴퓨터가 있고
resistance
태블릿도
by
있고 핸드폰도
modifying
있기 때문에
phones. because the elites have tablet PCs and their own desktop and laptop at home, so they don't need to use mobile phone for watching the forbidden contents. They can use more secure devices. This is what we call a passive resistance, and that was not the case with the ordinary poorer younger generations, of whom the only device that they have is mobile devices. This created a complex counter network connecting applications, USB devices, peers, and bribed security officers.
친구들이나
So
보안원들이나 또 뭐 컴퓨터를 잘하는 선배라든가 이런 사람들과
they
사회적
could
자원과 네트워킹을 해서 결국에는
build network with
기술과
their peers and
인맥이
friends,
연결되어 있는
and
사회적 대학
the
네트워크를
network connects
그들이
the
만들고
people
있다는
and
것입니다.
technology in the end.
욕망의 영역으로
And in terms of
들어가서
desire,
스마트폰은 무엇보다도
smartphones were
단순한
not merely
그런 소비
devices.
기기가 아니었고요. 욕망을
They
채우는 것입니다. 첫
embodied
번째는
the
사회적
desires,
지위입니다.
like
내가
aspirations
스마트폰을
for
어떤
social
기준으로
status
갖고 있느냐에 따라서 사회적 그런 지위가 달라지고요. 그다음에
and
두 번째는
desires
문화적
for
정보적
cultural
보호를
and
채우는
informational
도구였고 또
access.
한 가지 가장 중요한 것은
And what's more
유일한 이런
important is
집단
that
사회에서 유일한 사적 공간이라는
this
것입니다.
is the
개인적인
only
공간입니다.
permitted
그리고
private
이것이
space and
결국에는 자유와 자기
individualization
결정에
within
관한 어떤 정치적
collectivism.
욕망으로
And
이렇게
it also
발달하고 있는
showed the
것을 볼
emergence
수가
of political
있었습니다.
desires
그러면
for freedom and
스마트폰은 그들에게 어떤
self-determination.
의미라고 할 수가 있느냐
So
했을
what's
때
the
첫 번째
significance and
스마트폰은
meaning of using
사적인
smartphones?
공간의
First,
탄생입니다.
that's an
개인의
expanded
탄생을
private
가능하게
spaces,
해주는 집단주의 사회에서 그러한 기기라고 볼 수
and that
있고요. 그리고 두
enable the
번째는
emergence of
스마트폰은 사회
individuality.
경제적 지위를
And
대변하는
the
것이고 우리
smartphone also
청년층에는
enhanced the
스마트폰을 갖고
socioeconomic
있느냐 없느냐
standing,
무엇을 갖고 있느냐가 그들의 사회적 지위를
because this is
알려주는
directly
그런 것이라고
related to
합니다.
the
그리고
social status
동시에
of the
여러
holder.
가지 실용적인
And at the
경제적인
same
교부
time, it
역할도
served as a
하고 있는
practical
것을
and
볼 수가
economic
있습니다.
tools.
더 나아가서 중요한 것은 이 두
And
가지인데요.
furthermore,
세상을 보는 창문의 역할을 한다는
this
것입니다.
also plays the role of a window for the world. When you utilize your smartphone, you will have a critical thoughts on your society.
그 다음으로는
And
정체성의 변화가 일어납니다.
this
내가 도대체
creates
누구인가?
changes in
그래서 자기 삶을
the user's own
전환하는
identity,
어떤 중요한 결정을 하는데
and
결정적인
it
역할을
cultivated the
했다고 볼
belief
수가
that
있습니다.
another life is possible, ultimately motivating the transformative
저는
decision
이
to defect.
스마트폰 연구를 통해서
So my conclusion is
첫
that
번째,
smartphones in
북한의
North
스마트폰은
Korea are
단순한
not
기기가
mere
아니다.
communication
그냥
tools.
그 기기가 아니라
They are
그곳에서는
a digital
디지털
battlefield
전투가 일어나고
where
있는
state control and
하나의
personal desire
감시와
collide.
저항의 전쟁터다. 두 번째,
And
이
a
스마트폰은
phenomenological
상상학적인 공간인데요. 그
space
속에서
where
사람들이
oppressed subjects
집단주의 사회 속에서
reconstruct
개인성을
agency,
발견하고
and
자기의
a
영광과
medium
욕구를
through which
찾아나가는 그런
identity
정체성을
is
발견해가는
reshaped
현상학적인
and life
공간이다.
transformation
그리고
becomes
결국에는 이
possible.
스마트폰은 세상을
So
보는 창문의
this
역할을
is
하고
the
뿐만 아니라
window
삶의 전환을 하는
to looking
결정적인
through the
역할을 하는
world.
것이라고 분석했습니다. 이상입니다. 경청해
Thank you
주셔서
for
감사합니다.
your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last presenter of the first session is Dr. Frank Mooring of Sungsil Institute for Peace and Unification is going to deliver a presentation with the theme of Invisible Eyes, the potential for AI-based surveillance in North Korea. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much.
For coming today. It is hard to be the fourth presenter, but I will do my best to get through it and also to deliver my messages. And my topic is, as announced, the invisible eye, the potential for AI-based surveillance in North Korea. A comparative scenario analysis, which scenario analysis is the methodology I'm applying to gather new information or make information more clear about AI-based surveillance in North Korea and its possibilities. I am the youngest member of the DPRK City Research Group, and I'm happy to be here today with you. Now, first of all, introduce my topic. As we have heard in the previous presentations today, North Korea's strictly controlled society is under distress due to mainly three factors. The first is the marketization and the black market or half-legal markets that evolved, that provided opportunities for new goods, but also new information. And the inability of the system to completely shut it down because it was required for the people's survival. A second important aspect is corruption, as in any authoritarian system. And another one is outer information flows from China, South Korea, but also from Russia. And I think the recent presentation from Dr. Chang made this also very clear, what an effect this information flow could have. Now, authoritarian leaders have always found ways to cope new technologies and to stabilize their rule. But how does, that's more comfortable, yeah, thank you. But how does AI-enabled surveillance look like? And will Kim Jong-un be able to harness this new force and further cement his authoritarian rule over the North Korean people? Now, to give you the conceptual idea, we talked about, and it's our topic as well, the withering panopticon, but anyway, let's have a short dive into these terminologies. Panoptical power and AI-based surveillance, what does it mean? Now, first of all, if we talk about surveillance, surveillance is a mechanism to secure societal rule, compliance, and is integral to any kind of governance. So it's not unique to authoritarian states. Surveillance is an important part of what Foucault famously called the panoptical power. And it is the power to establish norm-conform behavior through the feeling of being watched. So actually the feeling is enough, not necessary that you are actually watched, but that makes up panoptical power. And technology basically over time has changed the architecture of surveillance, if you want so, and extended the reach of panoptical power from institutions to public spaces. So where Foucault was more classically interested into schools and also, of course, the prison, if we look at the tower, here the actual guard still need to use his eyes to look through this architecture. Now, with the introduction of camera systems and the possibility we have a new possibility to look at not just one direction, but several directions at once, because we have a camera room where all camera feeds are connected, and we have the guard who looks through these cameras and can surveil the people within the prison, but of course also people on streets. And the further we go, the next step, basically, in this technological evolution is the connection of these further before institutionalized surveillance systems to an open internet, where now the guard doesn't even need to be sitting close to this institution, but can surveil from diverse sources from afar. And the next step basically now is, what does AI surveillance mean, right? Where does AI come in? And AI in the end, when we see that the guard is distancing himself always further from his subject of surveillance, AI is more or less replacing the guard. But how it does that, we will look at in a moment. And you can see here in the easy drawing, technological development, panoptical power. You could argue that panoptical power is going up with technological development because you need less and less people to actually do the surveillance, because you always need people that follow you to engage your will. So if you have a democratic society, you may have many followers, but the more authoritarian you become, the more selective become of the people also you trust. So that's why technology here is important. Now, what is AI surveillance or AI-based surveillance? First of all, of course, AI is a very crunchy top terminology, which is often used in many ways. So we define it as computer systems capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as reasoning, learning, perception, and language understanding. This is from the International Standards Organization. So AI becomes the guard, I mentioned that before, in the following three aspects. The first is, we start from down, is tracking. So AI is able to identify faces, voices, number plates, and various other behavior. And these are basically all the cameras and the gadgets, the microphones that you could think of that are connected to an AI and where it can look and see and identify. The second step is the one of profiling, where now you have this different information about people, which face belongs to which car, and what kind of identities stand behind them. This is the second step of profiling, which also the guard is usually doing. And the third step is the most complex step. That would be preemptive policing, in the meaning of developing a strategy based on profiles and the tracking to prevent norm violation, which you only can do, and that's why complexity is increasing, once you have all this information together. And while guards have always been able, like humans, to do tracking and profiling, preemptive policing was always something tricky because it requires much, much more information. And here AI takes a critical role because it can combine many information and compile them at once. So this, yeah, if you, maybe last line, the study conceptualized AI-based surveillance as a computer system that partly or fully automates people tracking and profiling, as well as preemptive policing. Now, the research question, the methodology. As I mentioned at the beginning, how could North Korea apply AI-based surveillance to strengthen its panoptical control in a city like Pyongyang? And how might North Koreans and South Koreans respond to such developments? These are the two critical questions I would like to ask. Now, the topic is novel, as existing research focuses on basically military and espionage applications of AI, and or North Korea's AI development in general, or AI policy, but not on its regime stabilizing capabilities. Only Shin, as in recent research, touches upon the AI-based surveillance angle, rationalizing that under limited resources, North Korea would focus on the surveillance and important places, the border and its police to make bribery harder, and the risk of escaping higher. Now, the goal here is to extend the vision of an AI-enabled North Korean surveillance with a stronger comparative focus also towards China and scenario analysis. Now, scenario analysis, what does it do? It constructs internally coherent narratives of future developments by identifying key driving forces and critical uncertainties. The goal is to deal with uncertain futures by envisioning a future state to develop strategies to cope with them. To make sure that my strategy is not based on pure imagination, I draw connections towards the example of the city of Urumqi in China. Now, scenario analysis is also a good methodology actually for North Korea, because as we also have mentioned before, it deals with a lot of uncertainty. North Korean research has to deal with uncertainties. Okay, now key drivers. The first key driver for AI surveillance that I identified would be the technological capacity. And here you can look at 4 different aspects. The first, of course, you need people who are able to develop AIs or modify them. That would be the personal category. The second would be the hardware. So as we could imagine, we need input hardware, sensors like camera, microphone, etc. And we need the processing units, which are, of any processing unit is capable of running an AI algorithms, but it has been shown that graphic processing units, which can process several tasks at once, just like a brain, is most prone to use all these parallel tasks that an AI algorithm needs. So also this access is important. And the tenant processing unit, which is a development of Google, but does something similar than a GPU. And of course, we need a network. And the network is connecting basically the input hardware with the processing unit. A third important aspect is data. Data is needed for 2 aspects. One is training, to get to the stage that you have an AI that can identify faces, you need data. And the second is you need data of your own population. Otherwise, you couldn't, the AI couldn't know whose face to look for or who it is. And the fourth important aspect is energy. Any computer infrastructure naturally requires energy, and the more powerful the infrastructure is, the more energy we need. And a second critical driver would be sanctions and external access to technology. This is important even for countries, for all countries, even for Germany, for China, because much of the hardware that is necessary for AI is not producible in every country. Right now, the US holds a monopole on the most powerful GPUs. And so here, the ability to acquire certain things is an important second driver. Now, if we look at what we know about North Korea so far, considering these drivers, if we look at the personal aspect here, North Korea is relatively far. It put an early focus on information technology, and that includes an focus on AI, especially deep learning algorithms. So we know that since 1994, we have research papers published, often in collaboration with Chinese scientists. Until a recent study, until now, it's about 70 papers related to AI topics. We also have AI textbooks, deep learning algorithm textbooks since 1999. And since 2013, there's also an official agency within the North Korean state apparatus, which is called the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. And since 2018, we also can find AI programs at university. Now, if we look at the hardware part, although this blank because the input hardware, North Korea can provide. It can produce its own sensors systems, although we also know that some parts of them are still imported from China. Now, the processing units I already talked about is the hardest part. CPUs, North Korea processes, but to get to GPUs is the trick. And the network. If we look at Pyongyang, of course, we have the intranet, a North Korean intranet. It doesn't connect each household, but it connects important institutions. Of course, ministries, but also universities and libraries. So this is would be a first foundation for a surveillance system. And the other is the Mire Wi-Fi network, which exists since 2008, and which gives a certain coverage in the area of Pyongyang whenever you have a mobile phone. You need your mobile phone. We heard the last presentation, these are more prevalent. Okay, so this network could be used also for AI surveillance, although current data put through is very low, so the quality of the videos or sound is not as high for a system. And the last part is the energy part. I think everybody heard of regular energy outages in North Korea. It is often actually a positive statement because often there's only a few hours a day we have energy available. This is a big, how do you say, a big problem if you want to implement AI-based surveillance. And last but not least, the sanctions. The United Nations Security Council 17 and 18 in 2006. No luxury goods and no tech for nuclear. And although every state interprets these resolution differently, so there are some states who may say, okay, we can import some, this is still a hindrance to get to the hardware required. Now, since I have only 5 minutes, I will be brief. Now, if we combine these factors, right, and look into 10 years future, what kind of scenarios are probable, could be developed? So, if the external access stays low and the technological capacity remains also low, we would arrive at scenario 1, which I framed as symbolic AI. So we have basic tracking functions which already exists. For example, we have some cameras at the airport and at some important institutions, and they are based on own development or imported through open source, applied open source AI codes. And surveillance basically would be not much AI, but because North Korea also frames itself discursively in information technology terms, we could still read articles about AI within North Korea. Now, the second scenario would be North Korea still has no access to external hardware, but technological capacity internally gets higher, meaning they solve the energy problem, and also they are able to use freely available open source capabilities, as well as their own existing AI models, and get clearer with that. And that would empower them for an advanced tracking and selective profiling based on their own development. Okay, so, and then we have the third scenario, which would I call the import-dependent uptake. Here, turnkey imported systems are important, meaning that already existing surveillance software from China can be imported and simply turned on. That's why turnkey. And they would use all their available resources on AI to just fine-tune these technologies. With that, we would already see an effective tracking and profiling, and only energy outages basically would disrupt this surveillance system. And the highest access and the high technology would, of course, remain to a full AI panopticon, which, yeah, I think needs no further explanation, except for, which I wanted to do, to dive actually into the example of Urumqi and what does it look like, what does it feel like in an AI environment. But luckily, in the afternoon session, we also have an expert on Urumqi present. So I will not need to go too deep here, because some of this we will hear as well. But basically, the city of Urumqi with allowed 1 million Uyghur Muslim minority, which has been suppressed for quite some time now. They use modern technology to track all their moves. So we have cameras and checkpoints at every corner. And profiles are created based on whether they attend a Muslim service or have friends outside the city, whether they avoid to use the front door, or they use too much electricity, installing certain mobile apps, or maintaining limited social interactions. All these things, they can be seen through the sensors, and they are profiled. And we know that they have an integrated joint operations platform system running within the system, which basically alerts nearby police officers whenever too many suspicious elements come across at once, to then inspect people, to interrogate them, or maybe even to take them into custody. Yeah, and now, how North Koreans could adapt, that would be my second research question. If AI surveillance expands in Pyongyang, the first response will not be dramatic resistance, but probably pragmatic adaptation. Much like in Xinjiang, people learn to move, to speak, and to interact in ways that avoid triggering alarms. These adaptations may take several forms. So we have a form of strategic compliance, where you behave as if you comply, but still would defy the system. Time and place-based avoidance of heavily surveilled intersections of facilities. Of course, also social camouflage to stay within trusted networks, and to delegate or borrowed identities. The previous presentation pointed towards it, that some are able to have shared, have two phones or two devices to avoid surveillance. And how can South Korea respond? Of course, the first important aspect when you see at these factors is the prevention, limiting the spread of repressive technology. South Korea cannot directly control Chinese or Russian assistance to Pyongyang, but it can influence international dialogue on dual-use technology. And this includes working with democratic partners to strengthen export controls of surveillance hardware, advocating for clearer norms and around AI misuse on international institutions, and supporting global transparency standards for algorithmic systems. The second aspect would be the protection, supporting of vulnerable North Koreans. More sophisticated surveillance will inevitably tighten internal travel and also border crossing possibilities for North Koreans. And what South Korea can do here as humanitarian actor is improve the technical support for safe communication channels and used by North Koreans by spreading information, strengthen protection for defectors and those assisting escapees, and also always monitoring new digital threats. And the basic aspect is here to further information as much as possible. And last but not least, the preparedness, meaning inter-Korean engagement in a digital authoritarian area. This is what South Korea is already doing whenever they meet the North Korean official counterparts. They have to be careful of how to interact with them to not creating problems at home. And of course, the AI-based surveillance creates here new dangers. Thank you very much.
네.
So the discussants will designate the presenters, and due to the constraints of time, please finish your discussion within 4 minutes from now. So researcher Moon In-cheol from the Seoul Institute will discuss the presentations of Professor Kim Song-bae. So let me start the discussion from now. So the methodologies on North Korean studies are low developed and underdeveloped, so I thought that the application of such methodology seemed to be very fresh. And there are some rooms for improvements. So Bayesian tracing method was the center of the methodology that you applied. So the title implies that is it a reconciliation or the suppression? I believe that the two are not separate things. These are connected together for the consolidation of Kim Jong-un regime. So I believe that in the end, given the characteristics of the North Korean regime, they are both existing together. So my thoughts from the paper was that consolidation of the regime and control and the diversification of the aspects on North Korea. So the changes in socio-cultural context and the changes of the thoughts of the civilians needed to be mentioned in the paper. And totalitarianism seemed to be feasible in this study. However, at the same time, North Korea was regarded as an authoritarianism regime. So whether it's a totalitarianism or authoritarianism are two different things, because according to the ideology of control, the method of controlling the culture and society can be totally different. And in order to prove the hypothesis, you have to think about the intertwined and mutually connected elements. These are the things to be clarified in the paper, I believe. And the legislation is not mere a norm. This is a political instrument in North Korea, as you know. So legislation reflects the unique characteristics of socialism. This is also the characteristic of North Korean regime. So application of laws are according to the intention of the leadership. So the application of laws are not consistent at all. So you must think about the characteristics of law and order of North Korea. And as you mentioned, there are some bias issues in studying North Korea. In my doctoral dissertation, I studied the causal effects of North Korea. However, in my retrospect, not only consolidation of regime, but also the independent direction of Kim Jong-un regime. So back in 2019, there was a Hanoi summit, and after the break of the North Korea-US summit, he sets a totally new direction in terms of inter-Korea relations, and at the same time, it strongly shut down the borders during the pandemic. So Kim Jong-un tightened the control over the people's reaction to South Korea. So all these factors must be considered in the paper. And lastly, the civic society or the civilian or citizen, these concepts are not rooted in the North Korean society. So it would be better to have a clarified meaning of the concepts of civilians. Thank you for being punctual. Thank you very much.
And next, Jung Il-young, research professor of Seogang Institute of Social Sciences, will mention about Professor Baek Myung-soo. My name is Jung Il-young. I'd like to ask for understanding the presenters. I am going to present my personal opinion on the theme, the changing of the withering of the panopticon. This is talked in the session. I hope that there is a clear understanding on the structure of panopticon. In 2016, I got a doctorate followed with the theme of the social structure in the panopticon in the North Korean, and variables was the history was the Korean War after independence. And as the Jeremy Bentham, I hope that the panopticon can be was applied to the North Korean society. The literature and the broadcasting and the articles performance cannot be presented without the control of the North Korean government. There is no single country in the modernized society. I can guarantee say that the North Korean society is the perfect society that controls over the people of the North Korea. I guess that the Kim Il-sung could not make this because of the historical event or incident like a Korean War made it possible to maintain the panopticon structure. Then I'm already have 2 minutes, and I'd like to tell you about the simple characteristic of the Korean War. The North Korea failed in the Korean War, but the North Korea also recorded that it made a success during the Korean War, because in the Korean War we were attacked by the U.S., but the General Kim Il-sung has to be in the prison because of the historical cultivation. He was wrongly depicted as the hero of the war. And during this process in the 1956, there were no competitors in the North Korea area. So that means that there is no competitors. There is no single country that does not have political competitors other than North Korea. And another central part is the royalty concept. During the Korean War, many defectors occur during the Korean process, like absenteeism twice. At that time, 1.5 million people differ from the group, but there was no resistance. They just choose for exit without a resistance. So 4.5 million Korean people had unconsciously loyal to the North Korean government. So Professor Beck mentioned about the enterprises workers culture. Like there is a problem of proxy, Secretary of the State is get a bribery from the enterprise workers, but how the panopticon is still maintained in North Korea, the leadership still maintain the panopticon like a surveillance, especially in Pyongyang. But anyways, as previously mentioned in the presentation, the important characteristics of the panopticon is a horizontal disconnection. So they are not free from relocating themselves in other regions, but the market has changed it. But Professor Kim said in the previous presentation, maybe without the pandemic, the some of the factors return to the horizontal countries because the Kim Jong-un made an order that the workers should work in a disconnected section in the factory. But the North Korean leadership still maintained the unconscious loyalty without the political competitors in the North Korea. So they are the very important factor in maintaining panopticon. And one last thing to add is that there is a state loyalty ideology part. So these kind of people should be the first and the most important factor in the North Korea. The most important factor is the economic field. So this kind of political ideological concept is not related to the economic boom. Their goal is to maintaining the ideology. So in Kim Jong-un administration, he should allow people to get more lessons and economic boom.
So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Our staff will deliver the microphone or the notepad so that you can write down your own question. So next, Dr. Jong Eun Lee from the North Korean Research Division at KINU. Good morning, nice to meet you. I am Jong Eun Lee from KINU. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this meaningful event. So today, I am the discussant for the presentation of Dr. Jung Sung-jun, and the first impression upon the paper was that some researchers are approaching with the framework of theory first. But when the theory was provided first, and this is no more a framework of interpreting the reality, rather it works as a framework to distort the reality. However, the ANT graphically described the reality in North Korea, I think. In particular, the emotions and mentality of the younger generation was well described thanks to this framework of ANT. In particular, what was most impressive was that this is not a mechanic connection with the theory and reality. it also delicately interprets the textile of the emotions of the younger generations who use smartphone in North Korea. However, there are some missing parts. First one, the era from bias, because the theory is arranged at the front. However, it's like the theory itself is just pulling the reality into the direction that the writer wants to. First one is root. So routing applications definitely exist, but we don't know how many of the users are using the routing applications. I believe that that's kind of a bias on applying the theory. So I believe that what's what's the most important thing is that the researcher must be open-minded, and second is about the bias on interpreting the younger generations. I believe that in this research, the most important classes of using smartphone in North Korea, who are the laborers, are excluded from the research work. The workers at the marketplaces are using smartphones for surviving. So they need the smartphones to know about the information that are needed for their selling activities. So without smartphone, they can't sell products at marketplaces. But these are excluded from the research. The usage pattern of smartphones are observed in other underdeveloped countries such as Nepal or other places. This is not just about surveillance, but because of the effects that they can enjoy from using smartphones. This is a reason that although they are so poor, they need to buy smartphones. And that's the case observed in China too. In China, the national censorship is quite tight. However, they need to buy smartphones considering the economic effect that can be brought about from using smartphones. So although there is censorship or monitoring, people always opt for technology. So the reality of uses of smartphone in North Korea cannot be wholly uh, explained. You need to have a broader framework for interpreting patterns. And I would like to highlight that the ecosystem of using a smartphone is not singular in North Korea. There are two parallel worlds. First one is the domestic censorship, and the other one is the international smartphone made from China. And in North Korea, you can use your smartphone anonymously. So it's really hard to trace the user. So focus surveillance theory is not fit for the reality in North Korea because two different types of phones are used in North Korea. So we cannot interpret the current situation with one singular panopticon. As a result, this paper contributed a lot for interpreting the current situation in North Korea. However, there are some missing parts. So not only younger generations, but also the entire users of smartphones must be included in this study so that the usage and usefulness of smartphones for their income making activities can also be described in the paper. But it's really meaningful to study the pattern of using smartphone in North Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Dong Ho Han, Senior Research Fellow of Korea Institute for National Unification, will make a discussion on the Dr. Frank Mooring presentation. And my name is Han Dong-ho, and thank you so much for inviting us to this meaningful international conference with the potential, the invisible eyes, Mr. Frank Mooring. This is quite a meaningful presentation. The adopting comparative scenario analysis in AI-based surveillance is not that much, and I think it's a quite new methodology and new concept. In a case study in Urumqi in Xinjiang district in China with a comparative scenario analysis is quite important in empirical perspective. He has presented the four possible scenarios like indicators and concept is quite persuasive, and anyone can make a guess or make a right judgment. And so the result is reasonably concluded. And three perspective. One is the political part of the because of the AI technology, we should be concluded from the political willingness perspective. It is a already cited prerequisite, but I would like to pose a question whether the North Korean leadership actually will adopt the AI system to strengthen social control. It is right in the common sense, but with the limited resources and energy in the North Korean, will the North Korean leadership will put an effort on AI surveillance? And second one is the methodology of the scenario analysis. As you already mentioned, the technological capabilities and the access to the technology are the two drivers. And the key driver concept is good, but what I would like to add is that the fixed variables, predetermined elements, and critical uncertainty, you can specify more meticulously divide it. For example, from a leadership perspective, you should have to have the leadership approaches or the externally the connection between the U.S., China, and North Korea will make an impact on the technology capabilities of the North Korea. So among the four scenarios, which kind of scenarios will be most plausible? So you can propose the most plausible scenarios that will help the policymakers. And the third one is a scenario, as Herman Kahn suggested, so from human studies and social science, thinking about the unthinkable from perspective, this research can propose the wildcard game changer. Among the four scenarios developed, it can change the framework that will be the biggest variables. As I mentioned before, the strategic judgment by the leadership will create the AI-based surveillance or the very inminban system or humanity, their natural or traditional surveillance system will be strengthened. Will there be any possibility? So you can pose a question so that it can have a more complete scenarios. In conclusion, this research, the AI-based surveillance system is well integrated in the conclusion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So the presenters will give answers to the comments of the discussants from now. Professor Kim Song-bae. So I'm not really sure if it's possible to translate or not, but I got a shock at the discussant's comments because he himself also made a paper on Bayesian tracing, so he is well aware of the method. So this is the reason that he pointed out the missing points. So first, on the hypothesis, they are mutually excluding, and that can be an issue, but I described during my presentation. But further develop my ideas, this needed to be improved. And second, regarding the authoritarianism and totalitarianism, I did not deeply diving into the things, so I need to further add something more. And what he points out on the legislation of North Korea, different from the explicit legislation, the application can be different according to different intention or interpretation of the leadership of North Korea. So I begin my paper focused on the civic spaces, but the focus was slightly changed. So in this paper, I did not mention the concept and definition of civic places and spaces. And the other thing I mentioned was that what's most important in this paper is the hypothesis. So I need further improving. So thank you. Yeah, the things are very accurate and sharp. Thank you.
I got a right partner as well. I also, Mr. Professor Chong, has conducted many researches on the panopticon surveillance, so I'd like to invite him, and thank you so much for coming. And the comments on my thesis, I just divided into the four perspectives, like Pyongyang's local central and Hasan's local and central enterprises. They are so grand, so he has suggested that to make it simple or compact, and I would like to reflect that propose and how it is maintained the panopticon in North Korea. So he has given a great insight on how the panopticon actually was structured. So from a structure perspective, I'd like to reflect the thesis of the Dr. Man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So regarding the discussions, I would like to add my thoughts. So you pointed out the differences between the reality and theory, and I am based on the qualitative study, but to add up, I conducted a application of ANT. So my base is qualitative research. So the role of the theory here is not to generalize, but to apply a lens to interpret the reality and phenomena. So through the lens of theory, I wanted to analyze in depth. That was my basic plan. So this is not to generalize the ideas. And the other thing is that the bias on younger generation was mentioned, but there are some users, users of smartphone for survival or making incomes or economic activities. I know that, but I focused more on the university students in their 20s. They don't do anything like income making. If I can conduct research with the subject of those who are economically active, that will be broader too much. This was the reason that I only focused on those who are in 20s and usually university students. So someday I would like to conduct research on the users of smartphones who are economically active, because this will show the status of logistics and online shopping malls or something in North Korea. So in the future, I would like to conduct research on these users. And you also mentioned that the ecosystem for smartphone isn't singular. So there are some different systems of subscribing to the telecommunication in North Korea. And as far as I know, you have to reveal your own name to subscribe for telecommunication to become the user of smartphone. But there is some illegal system to use a smartphone anonymously. So the IDs are required to open your own mobile phone. So it's like there are some users with multiple smartphones. So although the number is at 7.5 million units, but it does not mean that 7 million people are using smartphones in North Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, Dr. Han, for your insightful and carefully crafted feedback to my presentation. Of course, the idea of a political willingness, I think, is central. How much, especially in the view of alternatives, would the system, the regime of North Korea be willing to use AI? And I'm thankful for this comment. This is a good addition to my paper to reflect on the current Inminban system and maybe its at least theoretical advantages and disadvantages, and how an AI system would overcome that. This would make it more clearer. Also, methodologically, I was still struggling with how to present these scenarios clearer. I think in the paper, I wrote actually more that I could present right now. And the idea of wildcards, I think, is also a good addition to pop out more the lens on when we are on the route to which scenario. The only problem I have is with the plausibility idea, because scenario analysis usually does not want to judge plausibility, because all four futures in the end are plausible depending on the direction they take on. But yes, of course, everyone wants to know. That is the good thing. Everyone wants to know how plausible is this application, and somehow it needs to be addressed. But I doubt it can be done even within a very detailed scenario analysis. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 제가 늘 사회자의
네.
가장 중요한 덕목은
Thank you so much. The moderator should have the characteristic to keep up the time. The all discussant and presenters, I haven't given enough time. And as for understanding, the first session is presented with the theme of the withering panopticon in North Korea. All the presenters have used a different methodology in their presentations. So North Korean system and the AI base. And so from a macro perspective, and they use a different methodology for the individual or system or the enterprises. So that is why the different, each and every different background has a different conclusions. So how the study method will be done in the different theme and perspectives. And this is the mega macro perspective that is the good starting point of the presentation. And I thank all the presenters and discussant. Thank you so much. So thank you all the moderator and the presenters and discussant. Before the lunch, I'd like to make a housekeeping note. I'd like to explain how to use the receiver. This is an international conference. We provide a simultaneous translation, so please use the receiver on your table. Number 1 is Korean language. Number 2 is English. You can use it. And the latecomers, if you have not written down your name there is a name card outside. So after the lunch, you can write your name on the card. So any international conference information we will deliver to you. And last is for parking tickets, and you can register your card number for the numbers, and you can just give you the 6-hour free parking, and you can use the lunch time to be exit from the parking lot and during the lunch time, because we can give you the 6-hour free time, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Begin now. So the moderator for the second session is Professor Kim Jae-hyung from Sungsil University. So first of all, the moderator, Kim, will give us the logistics and housekeeping message, and then the presenters will make a presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Taehyung Kim. I'm the professor of Political Science Department at Sungsil University, as well as the president of the Korean Association of International Studies. It's a great honor for me to be here. Thank you. Today we are going to talk about panopticon. So it's pretty much about the excessive surveillance system of the authoritarian countries. So mainly in the second session, we are going to talk about some of the former socialist countries, as well as North Korea and Tajikistan. This is very timely subject, I think, because as a president of KAIS, I've been dealing with all sorts of international relations problems, like conflicts, all sorts of traditional, non-traditional security threats, like climate change, wars, and nuclear proliferation, things like that. But at the same time, one of the most worrying trends that's been happening in the last decade or so has been democratic retreat, democratic backsliding. So the problem of panopticon, the question of surveillance of system, is not the thing in the past. It's happening now, and more countries, since many countries are going backward in terms of the level of democracy. We are witnessing some of the system, this kind of excessive surveillance and non-democratic system is arising. So this is a very timely and important topic that we are talking about. And so I'm going to talk about a little bit about the process. I'm going to give you each presenter, each speaker, about 15 minutes. So after 4 speakers give a presentation for each 15 minutes, and then we'll have designated discussions. So I'll give each discussant about 7 minutes, and then we'll gather here, and then we'll open the. Yeah, well, I'll give each presenter to answer some of the questions, and then I'll open the floor to the audience. So, and then that will wrap up the 2-hour session with a lot of fruitful outcomes. Okay. So first, let me introduce Professor Laçin İdil Öztürk from Istanbul. Yeah. Professor Öztürk will talk about surveillance systems and comparing it between North Korea and Xinjiang Uyghur region. Please, the floor is yours.
Pleasure to be here. Today I will present my recently completed project. The title of my presentation is The Panopticon in Everyday Spaces, Surveillance Policies in North Korea and China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. So in my study, I focus on extreme cases of state surveillance. So my research question is, how does surveillance shape and reshape everyday spaces in extreme authoritarian contexts? So my motivation is basically theoretical, but my study has empirical foundations as well. I have 2 cases. These cases are dissimilar. One is North Korea, the most isolated state in the world, and the other one is China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. I will basically call it Uyghur region. So one is a country, another. In the second case, I will focus on China's policies in one of its autonomous regions. So I developed a conceptual framework building on focus theory of panopticism, ADO's concept of ontic space, and critical geopolitics. I developed a multiscalar theoretical framework in order to interrogate the relationship between surveillance and space. I will explain the dynamic relationship between surveillance and space in extreme authoritarian contexts. So first of all, I build on the panopticon, but I will not go into details because the panopticon and panopticism were explained previously, but the most important part is that the panopticon is a prison, and Foucault developed this concept in order to create a theory on modern society. So the logic behind the panopticon is that because of constant surveillance and uncertainty, people have to discipline themselves. Foucault, in a great deal, explained how surveillance kind of creates psychological disturbances in people and compel them to self-censor themselves. But how does the relationship between this uncertainty, surveillance, and space play out? So what is the role of space in the panopticon? In order to provide an answer to this question, I rely on Ada's concept of ontic space. So Ada's developed the concept of ontic space building on the ontological security theory. So he was interested in the relationship between material environments, state identity, and ontological security. According to the theory of ontological security, states physical security is not enough for states. So states need to feel secure, psychological, they need to feel secure psychologically as well. So they develop narratives in order to maintain their identities. If they feel that their identity is disrupted, this would create psychological insecurity. And this very insecurity has implications for state behavior. So ADAS developed this concept of ontic space to delve out the implications of this ontological security on spatial structures. And he came up with two concepts, introjection and projection. So in introjection, so he basically focuses on iconic buildings of great symbolic importance. And in introjection, a building occupies a very important place in a state's discourse. For example, he's a Serbian scholar, and he gives the example of a Serbian military building destroyed by NATO bombing in 1999. So he argues that this building occupies a very important space in Serbian national security narrative because it kind of symbolizes Serbian defiance and resilience in the context of a foreign aggression. And there's another way in which states could link their identity to space. That one is projection, and projection is the mechanism I will focus on in this study. So in projection, states inscribed its identity into a building. For example, he gives an example of Ground Zero in New York. So he argues that American identity, American insecurities were reflected in that building. So ADAS basically focuses on the relationship between state security, psychology, and iconic spaces. And I shift the analytical focus from iconic buildings to everyday spaces. How does everyday space play a role in creating uncertainties? At that point, I rely on critical geopolitics. So, critical geopolitics problematizes the fixity of space. So, critical geopolitics scholars do not see space only as a physical structure. So, they focus on the interrelationship between everyday spatiality, power, and discipline. They are mostly inspired by Foucault, who sees geography as a form of power and knowledge. So space is not only a physical entity, but it's also an immaterial identity that is shaped by our behavior, that is shaped by states' behavior, but that also shapes us. So there's a kind of dynamic relationship between everyday practices and spatial infrastructures. So space is embedded in the very social reproduction of power. So it reflects how power is distributed in society. So I argue that in extreme authoritarian regimes, projection extends to everyday environments. So surveillance and discipline does not become limited with hospitals, education institutions, military institutions, as Foucault described. It extends beyond this institution, and it becomes embedded in everyday life. And it has implication on how people live their everyday life. So in such context, citizens are compelled to perform certain practices. They have to obey certain routines, and they have to participate in certain ceremonial practices, and they avoid from doing certain actions. So So now this is the empirical part of my study. I focus on China and North Korea. These are two dissimilar countries. They are different in many areas except in the way they organize everyday life. So I will not go to details, but they differ historically. China was established in 1949 after the Communist Revolution, whereas North Korea was established under heavy Soviet influence. So Kim Il-sung was inspired by the Stalinist regime, and he kind of, under him, the Stalinist personality cult reached a peak. China is a multi-ethnic country. There are 56 officially recognized ethnicities, including Han ethnicity, the dominant ethnicity, and China has 5 autonomous regions, like Xinjiang, Guangxi, Ningxia, etc. Whereas North Korea is ethnically homogeneous and it has no autonomous regions. And economically, they're completely different. China is the world's second largest economy. By contrast, North Korea is a country with limited resources. During Cold War, it received assistance by the Soviet Union, but after the Cold War ended, it struggled to adapt to new realities. It endured a severe famine in 1994. So in North Korea, there is a personality cult reaching the level of a quasi-religion. It's a hereditary regime. By contrast, China is a party-dominated regime. The Communist Party plays a very important role, but in North Korea, leadership, Kim family plays a very important role. It has a tightly organized surveillance apparatus that includes the Korean Workers' Party, the police, and the secret police. At the community level, there is the Inminban system. So every North Korean has to belong to Inminban system, and Inminban heads visit homes at any time, and they check whether portraits are hung in the living rooms, and North Koreans have to keep these portraits clean, and they are checked all the time. So there is a kind of an element of ritualistic practice every day, not only in public spaces, but in the private spaces as well. So they also check whether radios have fixed tuning and there are informants in the community. There's a system called organizational life. Every North Korean has to belong to an organization, and in these organizations, they conduct weekly self-criticism sessions, and they have to attend these sessions. They have to explain how committed they are to the regime, and if they deviate from regime norms, they have to explain. If they know someone who deviates from these regime norms, they have to explain as well. So every North Korean has to wear mandatory badges in order to show their loyalty to the Kim family, and they have to bow before statues, and everyday spaces are organized to infiltrate regime norms into people. So there is no foreign travel, internal movement is restricted, there is state monopoly on newspapers, TV, or radio, there is no internet, there is only intranet. Foreign news are censored, so North Korean newspapers give little news about foreign countries, and if they do, foreign countries are portrayed very negatively. And over the past years, North Korea increased its reliance on digital technology. Now there's more CCTV cameras, and there are, I don't know the extent, but smartphone inspections on the streets. Now I get into China's Uyghur region. Uyghurs are an ethnic community in China. They have always been repressed. They were repressed under Mao's regime, and after Mao died, the level of repression decreased a little bit, but in the 1990s, it increased a lot. After 9/11, the level of the repression they endured increased, and it reached a peak under Xi Jinping. And the Grid Star social management system was introduced in the region in 2013. Before that, this system was applied to other regions in China. And in this system, cities are divided into small grids, with each grid patrolled by CCTV cameras, gates, and paramilitary patrols. In Urumqi alone, there are more than 6,000 grids. So it resembles, it could be explained as the perfect example of the panopticon. So Uyghurs and long beards are banned in the region. Under Becoming Family campaign, millions of Chinese officials visit Uyghur homes. They check whether Uyghurs speak Chinese fluently. They check whether there are religious books. They check whether these families have connections abroad. And they report everything to state authorities. There are also Fangzhou work teams. This is called Visit, Benefit, and Gather campaign. It's under this campaign, work teams visit rural areas and certain neighborhoods, and they kind of teach ideological instruction as well as instruction on development and employment. It is justified on the grounds that it increases productivity and production. Yes, it does to a certain context, but it's another measure of instilling ideological indoctrination in Uyghur and Uyghur region. Uyghur residents are also required to attend indoctrination meetings, Chinese language training, and Chinese flag raising ceremonies. So there is AI-driven policing system in Xinjiang Uyghur region. So China, by sharp contrast to North Korea, yes, North Korea has increased its reliance on digital technology, but in sharp contrast to North Korea, China relies on a very sophisticated technology. It relies on iJob. iJob is an AI-driven policing system. So everything collected about Uyghurs through CCTV cameras, through Becoming Family campaign, through work teams, are transported to iJob, and iJob makes algorithmic predictions based on certain arbitrary categories. This was previously mentioned, such as the use of electricity, the use of excessive electricity, having connections abroad. Even if CCTV cameras catches a person with long beard or catches a person who frequently goes to a mosque, and it matches that with certain algorithms, and then the policeman receives instructions on their phone. This is highly integrated into police smartphones. They receive instructions on their phones and they interrogate this person. There's also mobility restrictions in Uyghur region. So 2 years ago, I conducted a research on Uyghur diaspora in Turkey with a Uyghur professor. So we could get insight into their lived experiences in Uyghur region. And there is tight control over people who go abroad. Previously, there were heavier restrictions. It eased a little bit, but still, Uyghur people cannot contact with their families. Since 2017, Uyghurs in China lost their connection with their families. The police controls them, and if they find that they have connections abroad, they are punished. And there are obligatory smartphone applications, and police conducts regular checks on the streets and at homes in order to, find out whether they have connections abroad. Now I get into the theoretical implications of these extreme authoritarian and surveillance measures. So even though China and North Korea are two different countries, they show similarities in the way they organize everyday space. So everyday space in such context ceases to be neutral areas. They become an arm of an authoritarian state, infusing its ideology everywhere. So it becomes, so this type of control becomes a kind of projection. So households and schools and public spaces turn into ontic sites. So the state inscribes its identity, its surveillance into such spaces. But I argue that it's not like state kind of makes, puts some statues and it kind of expect certain practices. It's through these mechanisms, a very dynamic and peculiar relationship emerges between space and surveillance. So it has implications for everyday life, as everyday life turns into a performative terrain of ideological reproduction of the state itself. So through this projection, the organic link between everyday life and space is disrupted. So everyday space ceases to be a terrain on which everyday life is lived. It becomes a state's kind of ideological, performative terrain, which kind of imposes certain obligations on everyone. So through this projection, everyday space gains a dynamic agency. So it kind of it becomes a terrain in which the logic of surveillance and submission is produced and reproduced. So this is all. I look forward to your questions, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you for a great presentation. It's a very interesting comparison between the present North Korea and the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It's hard to believe that this kind of operation going on in our neighboring countries. And it's also very sad that to see the technological progress is used to oppress people. Okay, our next presenter is Professor Miroslav Banek. And the professor will talk about the surveillance system of the socialist Czechoslovakia.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here in Seoul. For first time in Korea, it's excited country. I did some trip yesterday and it's a lot of imagine. And I would like to move you from Asia to Central Europe and tell you something about Foucault panopticon as a metaphor and late socialistic Czechoslovakia. My goal is to show how the panopticon functioned as both a metaphor and real mechanism of control, and how it eventually lost its meaning. Michel Foucault's ideas about power, discipline, and surveillance are significant, especially in the book Discipline and Punish, 75. Although this book was written for liberal societies, his theory also helps us to understand the functioning of late socialist regimes, including Czechoslovak normalization regime after 1968. By normalization, we mean 2 decades after the Warsaw Pact invasion, when the regime wanted to return society to what it called normal. That is back to obedience, discipline, and ideological conformity. In those years, equality was merely formal, while surveillance and control shaped everyday life. Foucault taught us that power doesn't work only through violence, but also through discipline and the internalization of surveillance. He used the metaphor of Jeremy Bentham panopticon, which was mentioned, prison designed where every prisoner could be watched from a central tower without knowing when he was actually being watched. This constant possibility of being watched led people to control themselves. In socialistic Czechoslovakia, this panoptic logic was institutionalized through party structures, schools, workplaces, media, and secret police. People learned to live with surveillance and to supervise themselves. The socialistic state claimed to be built for the collective good, but in the 70s and 80s, loyalty turned into conformity. Surveillance was often invisible, but it was always felt. People practiced self-censorship, discipline, and formal loyalty. Like Foucault's prisoners, they never knew when they were being watched. The light in the tower was always on. Normalization turned supervision into a routine. People learned to play the game, to appear loyal, while privately doubting. Foucault didn't write about Czechoslovakia, but his concept fits perfectly. Here citizens adopted the mechanism of power themselves and became their co-creators. This situation was described nicely by the leading dissident and post-revolutionary President Václav Havel, who about our pre-November history said, "We are all, although naturally to different extents, responsible for the operation of the totalitarian machinery. None of us is just its victim. We are all also its co-creators." The end of quotation. What happened when people stop believing in surveillance? When they no longer care? By the late 80s, the regime still stood, but its power was hollow. Fear faded, cynism grew, and people withdrew into the silence of internal exile. As oral history interviews show, the key factor was the loss of meaning. The system couldn't longer offer a believable vision of the future. When people ceased to believe, the panoptic control collapsed from within. Just about the methodology which I used, of course, that I am historian and so work with the history methods, of course, but we, or I, use this in this research, the oral history methods, which is quite important for my and our research. If panopticon represents that power from above, oral history gives us voices from below. It allows us to hear how individuals experience control, how they adopted, resisted, or remained silent. In post-1989, Czechoslovak oral history became a key method to capture not only repression, but also everyday life and gray zones of loyalty. Interviews show the paradoxes of living in normalization years. People often describe the past tense as it was everywhere but nowhere at the same time. They lived double lives, one public, one private. They knew what to say at official meetings and what to whisper at home. As one mining technical recalled, "I knew that in official meetings, I had to say what was expected. At home, we had our own thoughts, but I never knew who could pass it on." Let us look at the four groups that illustrated how the socialist panopticon functioned and how eventually failed. I focus on the totally different groups like the miners, nomenclatura elites, ecological activists, and youth subcultures. At first are the miners, who were one of the heroes of socialistic labor, the backbone of the economy and the symbol of pride. One of the most famous slogans of this era was, "I am a miner and who outranks me." They received benefits, housings, as high wages, but by the 80s, these rewards were meaningless. Miner Vladimir Pleva told me in the one interview, "Yes, we had bonuses, but what for if we had nothing to buy?" The so-called social contract between the regime and the miners was breaking down. Very hard work continued, but Loyalty faded. Miners were no longer proud, they were tired, they were cynical. The proud identity of the working class began to collapse, not just economically, but symbolically. Many miners started to feel both exploited and abandoned. They used to say we were the backbone of the republic, but by the end they didn't care about us. Not safety gear, no machines. Even the wages weren't so special anymore, said me, one of the miners. The relationship between the regime and miners stirred in hypocrisy. They went to meetings, nodded and stayed silent. The panopticons' discipline lost its force. As one miner said, we acted as we were working. The managers acted as if they were in control. What we see in the miner stories is not revelation, but erosion. The erosion of identity, of respect, of belief. I move to the other. The other groups which I studied is the nomenclatura elites. The officials, directors, and party secretaries formed the regime's heads. They enforced control, but were also watched themselves. Over time, they lost faith in ideology. One manager said, "We filled out ideological forms, but no one read them. We wrote what was expected and hope no one asked real questions." This is what Foucault might call disciplined performance. The power of the panopticon doesn't need violence. It only needs people to act as if they are watched. But in the case of nomenclatura, something was breaking. They followed the rituals, but without faith. They issued commands, but without confidence. They manage a system that's not longer manage itself. And more, the regime began losing loyalty even among its most trusted cadres. As General Secretary of Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, Miloš Jakeš said in one interview which we held in 2004, quotation, "The State Enterprise Act significantly disrupted continuity. Suddenly, directors could serve only 2 terms, but they thought that they would be there forever. And suddenly, when they had to leave, they stopped being loyal." The silent disillusionment of the communist nomenclatura played an important role in collapse of the regime. When the managers of the system stop believing, the system becomes hollow. They didn't organize protest, of course, but they didn't resist collapse either. When change came in '89, many stepped aside. Some reinvented themselves as technocrats or businessmen. This quiet loss of faith is a very important symptom of the latest socialistic crisis. The nomenclatura were the guardians of the panopticon. But they stopped looking through its windows. They stopped believing that anyone cared what they saw. Another, ecological communities. When we think about resistance to the normalization regime in the Czechoslovakia, most people don't think of sulfur gray skies, ash on the windowsills, or the feeling of choking every time they breathe, mainly during autumn. And yet, in northern Bohemia and the Ostrava region, one of the most genuine and quiet forms of resistance was born: ecological resistance. At first glance, it was just about dirty air. You simply couldn't breathe here, in a phrase repeated like a chorus in many oral history interviews. We gave our children dark hankies because white ones couldn't be washed clean. People didn't begin by rejecting the regime. They wrote letters, filed complaints, or tried to stop chemical spills. But the silence in return created quite yet resilient communities, unofficial but unyielding. They met in churches, cottages, or dissident homes. They began to understand that normalization wasn't normal at all. The regime was aware of the environmental collapse, but it struggled to silence those calling for a basic right to breathe clean air. Even local party communities and officials had to live in the polluted regions, and it was a problem for them because they agreed with activists personally and solved the dilemma before, of, or against. Foucault could Foucault would call this system like a biopolitics control over life through the environment. When the state ignored petitions, people began to organize informally. In Teplice, in November 1989, citizens protested against pollution a week before the Velvet Revolution began. Foucault might agree, power fails not only when it is overthrown, but when it's challenged, and to the most basic everyday level. The other groups are at the last is the youth subcultures. I mean the punkers, rockers, hippies, created little islands of freedom. They resisted not by politics, but by style, music, and the body. Long hair or mohawk, loud guitars, colorful clothes, these were acts of defiance. The focal perspective is beneficial here. The body becomes a place of discipline and revelation. The regime sought to normalize and standardize citizens who went to work, wore approved hairstyles and clothing, and had appropriate tolerated hobbies. But it was through corporeality that subcultures opposed this vision. These subcultures of the 70s and 80s in the Czechoslovakia undermined this Foucault logic in every detail. With their forbidden hair, lengths, tight-fitting trousers, colorful badges, and Western music. As one musician said, when I was at punk concert, dressed to my own, felt like I was breathing a different air. In many statements by hippies and punks, it was often said they did not want to be against the regime, but only wanted to be themselves. Have the hair they wanted, listen to music they wanted, while realizing that the regime considered everything an attack. When we found ourselves, said one, and on the list of non-conforming bands, we were exactly where we never wanted to be. We were not a political band. I personally believed that a boy should grab a guitar, 17, and shut all in its injustice to the world, said Josef Vondrášek. I go to my conclusion. I think that the Czechoslovak panopticon didn't fall through the revolution. It's simple lost its meaning. By the 80s, miners stopped believing, elites stopped enforcing, ecologists questioned, and youth ignored the rules. The panopticon was not destroyed, it was abandoned. Its light went out. Even when power seems unshakable, it can crumble from within. I think that maybe that in some time, in one time, could be the similar situation in the near from here in North Korea. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Professor Vanek. It's very impressive to hear some of the detailed narratives of former Czechoslovakia's miners and youth subculture and ecologists, which their process eventually led to the Velvet Revolution. Okay, next speaker is from Poland, Professor Marek Hendel. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure to be here and to take part in this fascinating conference. So I'm very grateful to organizers for inviting me. I represent two institutions. First of them is Jagiellonian University in Krakow, and second is the Institute of National Remembrance in Warsaw. And regarding the second one, the most important thing is that in many ways we deal with communist past of Poland, but from our today's perspective, the most important thing is that we have in our archive documents produced by communist security institutions. All of them have been declassified, and that's the way how we can learn about communist system, especially security institutions of communist Poland. Because I have only 15 minutes for my presentation, I'm afraid that I will have to skip some information from my PPT. However, you can find much more details in my published paper. And in general, my goal is to shed light and provide information concerning main goals of security institutions in Poland when it comes to firstly implementation of communism in Poland, then maintaining the system, and what was connected to maintaining of the system. Obviously it was surveillance and control of the society. So to briefly provide you basic information about implementation of communism in Poland, in general it was made totally against the majority of Poles. Almost no one in post-World War II Poland supported the communists. So they used force. They were supported by the Soviet Union, so Soviet KGB, Soviet NKVD, Soviet Red Army helped Polish communists to get to power. Communists reached elections in 1947, and they repressed all the people who resisted the new system. And the first period of communism in Poland, I mean late 1940s and early 1950s, it was also a kind of Sovietization, what meant that many Soviet citizens hold very important posts in Poland. One of examples might be Soviet Marshal Konstanty Rokossowski, who was nominated Poland Minister of Defense, but there were many of them. Rokossowski is only example. And the same situation referred to security institutions. So not only a system was implemented with the help of the communists, but also security institutions were established with big support from USSR. First leaders of Polish security institutions had strong ties to the Soviet security. Many of them cooperated with Soviet GRU or NKVD during World War II, so they perceived themselves definitely as communist internationalists, not as Polish citizens or nationalists. They were definitely not Polish nationalists. And what is also important to note, not only those Polish communists were involved in establishing of security institutions, but there were also hundreds or maybe even thousands of so-called Soviet advisors who helped to build security institutions, and many of them for years hold command positions inside the security apparatus. Because I'm aware that at Songsil University you run also the project which is focused on North Korean cities. That's why I decided to emphasize the role of urbanization of post-World War II Poland, because it is also important to understand why security institutions were focused mainly on situation in biggest cities in our country. But in order to understand post-World War II Poland, it's important to mention that after World War II, Poland lost about 10 million people, what was connected to firstly German and Soviet occupation, then only German occupation after World War II, as you can see, according to decisions made by Roosevelt, Churchill and Stalin, millions of people were forced to migrate from USSR to Poland and from Poland to Germany, and this migration affected about 7 million people. But as I said, on the one hand, Poland lost about 10 million citizens after World War II. On the other hand, it's meaningful to understand that pre-war Poland was mainly rural country. Majority of Poles lived in villages. But after World War II, the situation was different because communists decided that they would like to develop cities. Yeah, and as you can see, the share of urban population in the country increased year after year. So, for instance, in 1950, only 39% of people lived in the cities, but when the communist collapsed in late 1980s, almost 62% of Polish people lived in the cities. And when it comes to resistance to communism, usually people protested in the biggest cities. In Poland's case, we define big cities as those which have more than 200,000 citizens. So you can see that in 1950s there were only 9.7% people lived in those cities. In 1990 it was 23% of people living in the biggest cities, and also you can see that there were only 5 so-called big cities after World War II and 20 in 1990. Yeah, and when it comes to Poland's history in during Cold War period, we can point out a few crucial moments when mass protests occurred. And as you can see, these protests happened mainly in big cities like Poznań, Warsaw, Kraków, Gdańsk again. Sometimes people protested also in smaller cities. But anyway, from communists' point of view and security institutions' points of view, the biggest cities were crucial because there were not only many laborers, but also intellectuals, students, and from time to time, especially in those years which I mentioned, they protest against the system. Yeah, and now let me tell you a few words again about the security apparatus of communist Poland. In general, we can say that in early periods, I mean in the 1940s and early 1950s, they were focused on gaining power, or they wanted to help communists to gain power in Poland. So they used mass terror and wide repressions in the 1940s and early 1950s. Then from 1950s until mid 1970s there was no organized opposition in Poland. But again, in the second part of the 1970s, political democratic opposition emerged again. In 1940s and 1950s, they repressed the opposition which existed after World War II. Then in the late 1950s and 1960s, they were focused on maintaining the system, but again, they had to face opposition from the 1970s, as I said. And the culmination was in the early 1980s when Solidarity Movement was founded and 10 million people joined the Solidarity Movement, so they posed a threat to the regime. That's why General Jaruzelski imposed martial law in late 1981. And again, they used security institutions for, they used repressions to fight opposition. Here you can see the number of security apparatus officers in selected years. And again, this is closely connected with political situation. As I said, after World War II, when they destroyed opposition in 1940s and early 1950s, they didn't need many officers, I would say. But as you can see, the number increased again in 1970s and reached a peak in early 1980s when Solidarity Movement was founded. Another thing which I would like to shed light on concern types and roles of human sources which security apparatus used to surveil opposition or in general ordinary people from time to time as well. There were many categories, but I just wanted to point out three basic categories, and I believe it was similar in other countries of our region. I mean, all countries in Central and Eastern Europe had similarly organized security institutions, but from their point of view, it was very meaningful to have people inside opposition organizations. That's why they recruited informers who provided various information on concerning matters, individuals, political circles or groups. Residents usually managed networks of informers, and the most valuable people from a security institutions' point of view were agents whose main tasks were to surveil, infiltrate individuals or organized groups. Sometimes they were even used to for disinformation purposes, or the communist institutions tried to disintegrate organizations by using those agents. So these are very general information, but often they had also other tasks. And when it comes to number of secret collaborators recruited by security institutions to focus on internal situation in Poland, this is again connected to political situation. So as you can see, there were there's a quite big number of secret collaborators in the late 1950s and in late 1940s and early 1950s. Then when the system was stabilized after from 1950s onwards, the number declined and stabilized at around 10,000 secret collaborators. But again, from the late 1960s, the number of secret collaborators closely increased, and the number reached the biggest peak in the 1980s when the regime fought against the Solidarity Movement. I'm afraid I do not have time to talk about other means they used against the opposition or to surveil the people, but I believe this is quite obvious for everyone who is more or less interested in security institutions of non-democratic states. So they not only used secret collaborators, but also so-called tangible means of operational work, like so they, for instance, tapped rooms, telephones, telegraph lines, They organized visual surveillance, photographic surveillance. They monitored correspondence. They organized a kind of radio counterintelligence. Yeah, I have also a few photographs from our archive. And there was even a special office, special unit inside the security service. It was called Bureau B, which was responsible for observing and surveilling people and organizations. And this unit was organized in the 1950s and existed until the collapse of communism in Poland. And what is important to note is the fact that this specific unit was one of the largest within the whole Ministry of Interior, and the number of officers increasingly grew year after year. Yeah, and I have also some information about tools which they used in their operation, but I believe again that it's quite obvious and similar in a whole region of communist regimes in Central and Eastern Europe. So I will skip this one. Then I have few photographs made by particularly Bureau B, which was responsible for this surveillance operation. Here you can see, for instance, operational disguise. So on the left you can see officer in his ordinary clothes, and then when he pretends someone else, here we see a male officer who then pretended to be a woman. We can learn a lot from our archive about their techniques. Here we have photographs taken from hiding covered posts from a building which they used to surveil people. Again, photographs taken with camouflage cameras. And some photographs from the biggest protests in Poland. I mentioned that one of them took place in June 1956. So they not only repressed those people, but before they started repression, they tried to monitor the whole event and situation. The same refers to Gdańsk. There also, before they used force against the laborers, they monitored the situation. That's why we have these photographs. And many of them, of course, refers to Solidarity movement of 1980 and 1981. I was asked to also tell you a few words about how people reacted to the fact that they were under surveillance. How did they learn that someone, for instance, followed them? But it was like in Czechoslovakia and other countries of our region, especially people in the 1970s and 1980s, people who were involved in democratic opposition. They were aware that they were observed by security institutions. So even from time to time, they organized a kind of counter-surveillance. They organized a list of advices for other people how to avoid surveillance, or what should they do to not be, I don't know, not to reveal secrets to security institutions, so not to talk about our oppositional work using your telephone, not to talk about it inside your house. It's better to talk outside, and so on. So people who were experienced, they shared their thoughts with other members of the opposition in the 1970s and the 1980s. And I even described in my paper one particular example when members of the opposition were able to use this knowledge that the security institutions listened to their conversation through telephone, to use this opportunity to help someone who used to be arrested by security institutions, but these were rare situations. in general, people tried to avoid situations when they could reveal something to the security apparatus. Yeah, so my conclusions are as follow. Urbanization and industrialization of post-World War II Poland concentrated a large part of population in the cities, and on the one hand, it necessitated in a large-scale monitoring and surveillance of population. On the other hand, this new situation created the conditions for protests and the emerge of organized opposition among laborers, but also among representatives of the elites. To control the society, the security institutions used various tools and methods, including especially valuable human sources, those informants and agents. And in Polish case, it's definitely seen that the rise and fall in number of security apparatus officers as well as collaborators was usually connected to the political situation and to real or perceived threats to the system posed by mass protests, by Catholic Church, or by democratic opposition. And finally, despite all these methods used by security institutions, as we know, the system didn't survive, but the reasons of collapse, there were more reasons of its collapse, not only one reason. So it was a combination of the pressure from organized opposition with moral and factual support from abroad, economic decline of communist regime in Poland, and internal political and economical crisis in the USSR. So not only opposition, the sole opposition is not enough, I'm afraid, to lead to collapse of authoritarian regime. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Direk. Now we have a more clear idea what was going on during the colonial period in Poland. The Polish government, communist government, used various methods of huge and systematic apparatus to control and make a surveillance over people. Now let's move to the Central Asia. So Professor Roundtable, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really grateful for the organizers and the sponsors of this event. So I'm presenting today a story that is still unfolding. So we've heard about strong but consolidated authoritarian states and some that have collapsed. But I'm talking about one today that is in progress, let's say. So I'll try to go quickly on the first slides. I included a map. Maybe Central Asia is not very known. Tajikistan probably even lesser known of all the Central Asian republics. So it's bordering China, Afghanistan, landlocked, a poor country that gained independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. And what I'm saying with that the story is unfolding is that in 1990s, these are photos from the demonstrations in the capital city, Dushanbe. They are in favor of, they were supporting Gorbachev when he was being contested as a leader of the Soviet Union. But what I want to show by this is that there were massive popular protests and massive popular mobilization back then, which would be completely unthinkable today. So there was really strong evidence, I mean, there is strong evidence of serious democratic backsliding. Even though Tajikistan was never a consolidated democracy, there was political plurality that is completely absent today. And one of the reasons why this happened is because a civil war unfolded for, it's actually more 1992 than 1997, civil war between It was framed as a religious conflict, but it wasn't. It's more of a clan politics or patronage networks against each other. And as a result, there was a power sharing agreement in which 30% of governmental positions were given to opposition, which is quite remarkable. But this power sharing did not last very long. And here today, so this is the president, the longest lasting president in the former Soviet Union. He's been in position since 1992, Emomali Rahman. And here you see, maybe some of you will relate, yeah, to the cult of personality that we have seen and strong, very strong propaganda. So our president, our pride. And because he's the one who signed the peace agreement, he's considered, this is his official title, by the way, the leader, founder of peace and national unity. So this is one of the mechanisms of authoritarian ruling in Tajikistan. Propaganda, cult of personality. We have nepotism. Emomali Rahman has 9 children, so he has a very large family, and that requires a lot of placement, professional placement for them, and now some of them are themselves grandparents, so all the nephews and the grandchildren are also in positions of power, so a bit similar to what we see in North Korea. And the son, Rustem Emomali, is on his way to become the next president. In post-2015, political repression intensified. I was telling you that the opposition had 30% of the governmental positions, also in security forces. But that changed in 2015, so it was the Islamic Party of Tajikistan, Islamic Revival Party of Tajikistan, which was the official opposition party, which is also something quite unique in the post-Soviet conflict, where religious parties tend to be illegal. So this is a strong exception in the case of Tajikistan. And I myself conducted research with them in Tajikistan in 2010-11, and it was an open space. They had an office. They were operating. They were participating in elections. And today, this has all disappeared because they have been accused of fomenting a failed coup. That was, in my opinion, false accusations. And the party has been put on the list of extremist organizations, and their political leadership is in exile, most of them in Western Europe. Repression by association. So we see here this man on the left was the lawyer representing some of the members of the Islamic Party of Tajikistan. He was accused, I can't remember what were the accusations exactly, probably, I'm not sure actually, I don't remember, because he's been in prison already for 10 years, serving a very long, heavy sentence of 23 years. This man here was detained and arrested for providing services to some of those political prisoners in Tajikistan. So as you can see, an extremely repressive regime, even for those who are guilty by association. Journalists are also targeted, not only Islamists. So these 2 women, the one on the right received a sentence of 21 years. So this is extremely, extremely harsh punishment for those who speak against the regime. And I made a little comparison here, so to give you an example, a comparison. These are some of the indicators used by the international organizations. So Tajikistan is actually not very far from North Korea. Actually, extremely close. So you can see here the kind of regime that is unfolding here. And in my previous research, I looked at, today I'm talking about political denunciation as a mechanism for social control and political control, but in my previous research where I looked at different performative mechanisms, such as dressing, the way people dress. This is also typical in some, it was mentioned earlier, so the being dressed as a punk is a way to protest against the regime, because the regime likes conformity. And in that case, what you see at the bottom is an actual book published by the Ministry of Culture basically showing women how they should dress. So these are it's a catalog of appropriate dresses for women. And as you can see, Tajikistan, I mean, as you can imagine, Tajikistan is a Muslim majority country, but secular values are strongly emphasized in light of this Soviet legacy, of course. So the Ministry of Culture is planning on releasing a new updated version of that book this year. And as you can imagine, there is no such book for men. So the system is not only oppressive, but it's also patriarchal. So producing secular subjects is something very, the regime insists on. But today I want to talk about another mechanism, that is political denunciation, that is defined as communications from individual citizens to the state to denounce a behavior that is non-conform, that might be subservient by other citizens, for calling for punishment. So what are the purposes, of political denunciation? I think we have seen in the presentations, this is present in most authoritarian states, especially totalitarian ones, that intend at controlling not only what people do, but also what people think. And authoritarian states, they face an information problem that is now being solved by technology, unfortunately. But if technology is absent, then you can rely on other people, on citizens, to provide you with information. So authorities can use incentives to elicit those denunciations from the population if they promise rewards. So this was very common in communist regimes, during the Soviet Union. In the USSR, some scholars actually say that it has institutionalized discontent. So when people were unhappy about something, about their work situation, for instance, they could go to the authorities, denounce their neighbors or their co-worker, and then get a promotion, a promotion at work. So people used it to settle personal disputes at times. So it became, an institutionalization of discontent. So they could advance their own situation by denouncing others, which obviously is very detrimental to social life in general. But some others, and this is the case in Tajikistan, will denounce people because they fear of being denounced themselves. So the fear of punishment will encourage you to accuse others of crimes or of actions that they have committed or not, and that's the tragedy of this. So denunciation in Tajikistan, my initial intention was to conduct interviews with political exiles. I mentioned the Islamic Revival Party of Tajikistan, but unfortunately I did not get ethics approval from my university, not because they're against the project overall, but because it's a very sensitive topic, and working with political refugees who are accused of being criminals in their own country is indeed a bit complex, but that's my goal. I think I can get ethics approval and conduct interviews. But there is already a bit of academic evidence of that, and anecdotal evidence, which is what sparked my interest for this topic, because I have I spent a lot of time in Tajikistan. I know many people there, and when people tell me about the political situation, it often comes back in the conversations that, oh, so I went to this and that event, and somebody recorded us. So now people gather for tea, and people record, and then they bring those conversations to the police. So this is happening fairly regularly in Tajikistan. But my intention is to take interviews from the political exiles. It's impossible to do those interviews in Tajikistan. It's too dangerous for the informants and perhaps for myself. So combined with digital surveillance tools, it has become one of the mechanisms deployed to deter criticism and ensure compliance. It contributes to the reinforcement of authoritarianism and those panoptical style social control mechanisms. And citizens are left with very little space to resist the authoritarian power of the state and to resist the sort of oppression of the rest of the society. It's very performative, and that's why it's a bit problematic. Probably you have seen this poster before. It's a Soviet poster. But what I want to mention with this image is that, of course, in Tajikistan, there's a strong institutional legacy of this denunciation, of these denunciation practices, because it has been an important part of the Soviet regime, and even before that, even in imperial Russia. And authors argue that Soviet policies have made people become used to those denunciation practices and the idea of control. And of course, there is some regional mimicry of repressive mechanisms that we see across the region, but it is definitely more acute in Tajikistan, more than where I live, for instance, in Kazakhstan, where you don't see these kind of practices. So it's not only the institutional legacy, it's the style of authoritarianism that we see. So what is the purpose of that? So as I have written myself before on issues of counter-extremism in Tajikistan, there's a strong securitization, of certain behaviors, like being overly religious, becomes something that is very problematic for the state. And the state has weaponized ambiguously worded extremism legislation that suppress dissent and criminalize behavior, trivial individual behavior that is that would be in a different context not considered something dangerous. So citizens are constructed simultaneously as sources of danger, but also individuals who can deter the menace. So they are also responsible for maintaining security and fight against those forbidden ideas and actions, against the state. So, and one important thing that Tajikistan is one of the poorest countries in the world, extremely dependent on remittances from its labor migrants. There are 9 million people in Tajikistan, and more than 1 million of them work in Russia as labor migrants, and their remittances is responsible for approximately 30 to 40% of the national economy in Tajikistan. So without labor migrants, the country would completely collapse. Then they are also under surveillance in Russia. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is that it compensates for the state weakness. So mobilizing your own population to ensure regime stability is one way to compensate for the lack of institutional strength. Loyalty, as we could see, there is a cult of personality, and citizens are reminded every day that they have to be grateful for the peace that they have following the civil war, and that the leader of the nation is the one responsible for maintaining stability and peace. So engaging in political denunciation is perceived as a way to show your loyalty to the state. So this, national unity recasts surveillance and compliance as patriotic obligations. So patrimonial nationalism, right? Transform denunciations, into an expression of national loyalty. And I found out something, I didn't know that until I wrote the paper, that the Ministry of Internal Affairs, actually holds a competition, Informant of the Year, since 2018, encourages citizens to report criminal behavior and or administrative infractions. I think what they had in mind was people speeding, not respecting red lights, but they do that every year, and then the winners win cash prizes. But at the same time, when people do denounce, they get into serious trouble. Here's a photo of a personal friend of mine, Khairulo Mirsaidov. He was a journalist, actually working for Deutsche Welle. He was a freelance for Deutsche Welle at the time, and he denounced corruption in his hometown and from the regional governor. And because of his denunciation, so he was denunciating an official doing something illegal, and for that he was accused of national hatred and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Very harsh punishment again. With the help of some of his friends, mostly foreigners, he managed to escape and became a refugee in Poland and now lives in Germany. So denunciation, when they implicate officials, even though it's encouraged, when they implicate officials, people get in serious legal trouble. Forms of political denunciations are extremely common in academia, so people will monitor each other's work. They are actually, most scholars are obligated to quote the president in their academic production. But it's very common for colleagues to make false reports because there is so much competition for grants, for money, for positions, that people will denounce their co-workers just for personal advancement, for professional advancement. So it creates an atmosphere of distrust in the society and among the community, the academic community. So it's very unhealthy working environment. It's used to silence dissident voices, but also to legitimate the regime. Like I said, it's mandatory to cite the president in your work. And academic production is closely monitored. People are also followed, even during international conferences. There will be representatives from the Tajik embassy going to international conferences to monitor what people are saying. So it's extremely under extreme surveillance. Monitoring of migrants. So this website here welcomes a lot of submissions from users, anonymous submissions, and people report constantly being monitored in Russia while they are working, and then the security services make problems for them, for their families at home. So this is a very common scenario, that the security services will target not only the person accused of whatever subversive behavior, but also punish their own families, even very elderly people. Yeah. So this is another example where there's strong evidence of those denunciation. Online monitoring, again, even likes on posts, yep, can, I'm almost done, can actually get you into trouble. So not only making a statement, but just liking something. And there are a lot of monitors, volunteers who are engaging in this kind of political denunciations for reasons that are either personal or professional. Also, lots of false accusations by citizens, so encouraging uncivic behavior, yeah, by denouncing your neighbors. There was a story online of a person accused of being part of the Islamic Revival Party of Tajikistan, a blind man actually, and who was accused of membership and then got investigated by the authorities because his neighbor was interested in getting his property. So this kind of very uncivic behavior really undermines social trust. So conclusions, that denunciation is enabled by this political system, that securitizes political dissent and emphasizes loyalty by promoting the active participation of citizens in protesting the state against real or imaginary threats. So this is something that is not only imposed from the top, but also comes from the society themselves. So citizens themselves perform this securitization. So I'll stop here and I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's time for all of us to sit at the front table and have a discussion. Yeah, please. Since what we've been talking about is that the control is bad for freedom and liberty. So that made me hesitant to control time. But now I have no choice because we are out of time. So I'll be very controlling. Please discuss. Professor Taekbin Kim, it's your turn.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taekbin Kim. I'm a assistant professor of Korean National Defense University. I'm very pleased to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this excellent paper. I would like to highly evaluate the values of this paper in that this is to the best of my knowledge, this is the first attempt to compare those two interesting cases, like Xinjiang Uyghur area in China and North Korea. I would like to I will be giving my detailed comment in Korean. Okay.
So from my perspective, this paper is about comparing between North Korea and China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region to demonstrate that surveillance is not merely a tool of control, but a performance of power enacted through everyday spatial practices. That was really impressive. And so by comparing North Korea and Xinjiang Uyghur was very rare in its kind. So I learned a lot from this paper, but in order to improve further, I would like to point out a few things. First, I would like to ask on if it's proper to compare the two regimes. So your basic approach is that they are two extreme authoritarianisms. However, the purpose of their surveillance differ fundamentally. In North Korea, surveillance is oriented toward sustaining a personalized political authority, meaning absolute loyalty to the supreme leader. In contrast, surveillance in Xinjiang is aimed less at political loyalty and more at ethnic assimilation. Thus, it is important to know that in China, they are trying to integrate Uyghur residents into a Han-centric national identity. Thus, it is important to distinguish more clearly between the political purposes of each surveillance system. And the structure and mechanisms of surveillance also differ substantially. North Korea operates a fully isolated system, an externally disconnected, closed form of surveillance with no access to the global internet. In contrast, Xinjiang maintains an interconnected surveillance infrastructure where AI, CCTV networks, and GPS data operate over active internet and mobile systems. In short, North Korea's surveillance focuses on blocking information and enforcing mutual monitoring, while Xinjiang's system relies on data trafficking, analytics, and predictive monitoring. So, addressing these structural differences more explicitly would strengthen the persuasiveness of the research. And
보완이라는 측면입니다.
The author makes extensive use of secondary sources due to the difficulty of accessing these regions, but addressing the asymmetry in empirical data would be beneficial. The North Korean case, relying primarily on reports from HRNK, RFA, and similar sources, remains relatively abstract, whereas the Xinjiang case provides highly concrete descriptions of AI-driven, CCTV-based, and big data surveillance systems. Future research incorporating qualitative interviews with recent defectors or individuals who have visited North Korea could provide a more vivid reconstruction of the lived reality of surveillance. And furthermore, as briefly mentioned in the paper, North Korea has increasingly adopted modern digital surveillance technologies such as automatic smartphone screen capture and biometric databases. So this needs to be reflected in your paper. Next, I would like to tell you on the daily life resistance of the citizens. So the paper convincingly illustrates how the state dominates everyday life through surveillance. However, even under intensive monitoring, residents often engage in covert and everyday forms of resistance to preserve dignity and survival. As James Scott notes in Domination and the Arts of Resistance, hidden transcripts and routine acts of resistance frequently coexist under oppression. Although this lies slightly outside the main scope of the current paper, future studies examining strategic compliance or performative conformity among residents in both North Korea and Xinjiang could yield highly compelling insights. So the topic of the research itself is about blocking information and over collection of data. Two are the two aspects of the digital authoritarianism. But for future studies, ironically, this technological advancement can also be utilized for citizens to get out of the state-run controls. So the external video contents are flowing into North Korea, and that's the case with Xinjiang Uyghur region, because the counter-surveillance is also being enhanced. This would be more interesting to study in the future research. Thank you.
Now, Professor.
And
thank you very much for inviting me with these intersessions. I have my discussions in English paper. I'm reading. Miroslav Panek's essay, The Panopticon as a Metaphor of Normalization, presents a synthesis of Michel Foucault's theory of disciplinary power and the lived reality of the late socialist Czechoslovakia, 1969 to 1989. By translating concepts born in the liberal West, the panopticon, in a context of an authoritarian socialist regime, Professor Banek demonstrates the control under normalization, operated less through coercion than through internalized surveillance, self-discipline, and the symbolic management of conformity. The central thesis point is the collapse of the Czechoslovakia socialism did not result from the violent overthrow, but from a loss of meaning. This is most important thing, in my opinion. He argues that when both citizens and elites could believe in the logic of discipline, the panoptic power remained standing but empty. This metaphor of silent erosions forms of the philosophical core of Vanek's analysis and reflects his long-standing interest in oral history as a means of exploring the relation of the everyday power. Banach's ground, he studies focus theory, particularly the concept of the panopticon as an architectural metaphor for modern power, a system of continuous yet invisible surveillance that includes the individual to internalize control. While Foucault's framework was directed at Western liberal institutions such as schools, factories, and barracks, Banach asked whether comparable mechanisms operate in the social world, where ideological conformity and bureaucratic paternalism substitute for market-based discipline. These articles make three significant academic contributions. The first, a reconceptualization of Foucault. It extended Foucault theory beyond the liberal West, demonstrating that disciplinary power is not confined to democracy or capitalism, but can be replicated within bureaucratic, order-grounded, internalized norms. Second one, methodological synthesis. It bridges political history and cultural anthropology by employing oral history as a reflexive method to deconstructive authorities. Third one is interpretive innovations. It proposed a novel reading to a socialist collapse, not as a revolutionary lecture, but as the semantic death of power. In my opinion, this is the most important thing. This essay is enduring messages that disciple regimes pursues not through the rebellion, but through indifference. When subject ceases to internalize surveillance, when obedience loses meaning, when obedience loses meaning, the panopticon becomes an empty monument. In this sense, Banach's analysis transcends its track context. It offers universal reflections on the fragility of systems that depend on belief rather than force. For scholars of European history, including me, the essay provides a sophisticated framework for interpreting the moral and psychological dimensions of state socialism. For political theories, it affirms that cause and, of course, categories of normalization are self-decide upon retain explanatory power across the ideological boundaries. And for practitioners of oral history, it exemplifies how testimony can illuminate the everyday textual power, its sound, silence, and fading echoes. Ultimately, Professor Banach reminds us that the collapse of authority is not always spectacular. Sometimes it occurs simply when a society collectively stops looking up at its panoptic tower. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chiang Kim. And next, Professor Tersitsky, please.
Yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. First of all, my sincere gratitude to Dr. Handerek for his wonderful presentation. I must say that it's really unfortunate that Dr. Handerek didn't have enough time, because I think like the strongest part, and by far the strongest part, is actually like latter half, where he describes, and if you look at his paper, the exact methods of the secret police, the surveillance, the network, the number of informants, and basically you can, I think, learn a lot not just about the history of Poland or like of any communist dictatorship, but in general how like this secretive organization repress the majority, how like they can assemble a loyal core and impose their will down below. So a few things I would like to say. I think like one of the most fascinating thing here is like the slang used by the secret police, specifically like Japanese observation. It's so interesting because especially it's mentioned in the paper that this was used not to like when they look for individuals from East Asia, but mostly like to spy on Western Europe. I'm curious where it originated. So few things like I'm really curious because like my personal experience in studying of Korea shows that like lots of things do not end up in documents and in reports. So if anyone interviewed people from the security service, like not the victims specifically, but the oppressors, because we always lack the testimonies of the oppressors in any regime, it probably would be quite enlightening. And on yes, and also like I'm curious because like Dr. Handurek mentioned many times that the system was imposed by the Soviet Union. This is true. I'm just curious how local figures, did they have any impact at all, like chiefs of the security service, like Ladislav Licha, like Bogoslav Sakura, and other ignoble figures. And if I have to look, well, basically it's duty of a reviewer to look also like at something say would say negative. I think the paper has a bit like of an undertone, or maybe like somewhat Polish nationalism, because it's very black and white, sort of like they came to oppress us and we all were in resistance. I mean, I love Polish democratic movement and I hate communism in all forms, don't take me wrong. It's just like I think it's a bit black and white, especially like when it's mentioned like territories which were annexed by the Soviet Union in 1939. The quote here is 2 years Soviet occupation of Eastern Poland, while East Prussia, which was taken away from Germany by the same communist regime, also people expelled. It's barely mentioned here. And especially I think it's why I'm mentioning these, because currently the Kremlin is pushing a false narrative about Poles wanting to take territory from Ukraine, and I think if we would like calling it that, it may actually help Vladimir Putin, and I don't think anyone here wants to help Vladimir Putin. Yeah, so once again, it's a fascinating topic, and especially like the latter half, I think is a very, very strong thing. And yeah, I would, if it's ever published as an article or a book, I would totally be reading this. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's true. Good. Thank you. Professor Surache, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sla Choi from the Political Science Department at Sungsil University. I'm really pleased to be here today. I really enjoyed reading Professor Thibault's paper and listening to all the presentations today. Thank you so much for bringing these important topics to us. Overall, I think this paper speaks to a really essential question in authoritarian politics: how people come to internalize and reproduce authoritarian rules in their daily lives. And the personal anecdote the professor shared with us was especially illuminating. A simple tea conversation secretly recorded and then reported to the government next day. It really shows how deeply surveillance and political denunciation have penetrated everyday social life. And Professor's argument is that in the Tajik case, surveillance is not just something that states does from the above, it's increasingly something that ordinary people themselves participate in. Citizens become part of the government's control tool through the political denunciation. It becomes embedded in everyday's life, and people are co-creator, as Professor Panek mentioned earlier. And I think this dynamic really helps us understand why Tajikistan has become one of the most repressive countries in the world, even scoring not far from North Korea on the Freedom House scale. It's a such dramatic change, especially given that when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, Tajikistan actually stood out for its very vibrant social movements and the emergence of the multiple political party. This is an exploratory paper, and I like to raise 3 major questions that I believe may help and further develop this paper. So first, I'd like to understand more clearly what the Tajik government is actually trying to achieve through the political denunciation, and also what motivates ordinary people to participate in. And my takeaway from the work is that the political denunciation serves 2 primary functions for the government. First, it helps prevent any organized political groups or collective action from forming. For people to come together to protest and to demand political change, a few basic conditions have to be in place. For instance, we need a shared sense of the grievance, the feeling that there's something wrong with the government, and it's not just me, it's all of us. And we also need a channels to express and share those grievances, so people can learn what other people are thinking and doing instead of remaining isolated. And we also need trust-based social network because in authoritarian regime, taking any political risk is impossible unless you trust the people around you not to report you. And the important thing is that the political denunciation undermines all of them. It breaks the sense of the shared grievance, it blocks information flow, and it destroys the trust. And once trust collapses, it becomes almost impossible for any form of organized civil society to emerge. And second, and this part was actually new to me, and the professor emphasized this during the presentation, is that authoritarian regimes also need mechanisms to read the population. They have to monitor social dynamics, and they have to adjust their political policy to preempt growing discontent, like dissatisfaction. So political denunciation is not only about preventing collective resistance, but also an information gathering tool. And if that's the case, I really want to understand the underlying motivations behind why people denounce others. As Professor mentioned earlier, people report on others for various reasons. Sometimes they do it, they are afraid. They might be denounced first. And sometimes they want material benefit like promotion, access to very important resources. And sometimes it's about political just loyalty, a sense of patriotic duty. And I think these different motivations really matter because they can dramatically affect the quality and the reliability of the information the state receives. For example, when the political denunciation is just driven by fear, people may report others preemptively without any reliable evidence. And when it's driven by the personal motives like the jealousy or ambition, then information can be distorted or systematically biased. So depending on what the primary motivation is, the information authoritarian governments receive may be highly imprisoned and systematically biased, and may actually create the new problems for the government rather than helping them to read the population. And related to this, I'm also curious about how the Tajik government gradually institutionalized this system of the political denunciation. Was it something that expanded when the number of the labor migrants declined, so the national revenue significantly dropped? Or did it intensify during the civil war? In other words, what kind of the domestic problem and domestic crisis really pushed the regime to formalize these practices? And I believe this question is really crucial because understanding how these mechanisms evolve really tell us about the authoritarian government survival strategies more broadly. And my second question is about the paper's discussion of the digitalization, how the information, communication, and technology used in Tajikistan to expand the scope of the political denunciation. And Professor argues that the digital tools make it easier for people to report, easier for the state to monitor and punish. But at the same time, I think the ICT has a very dual nature in authoritarian regime. On the one hand, it can strengthen the surveillance, but on the other hand, and it can do the exact opposite thing. It can empower citizens. For example, if we think about the Arab Spring movement, the protest in Tunisia didn't begin in the capital. It began in a very small peripheral town. And under the traditional media and without the development of the ICT, this might have stayed a local story, but social media collapsed the distance between the center and peripheral. And we see many other contexts.
Professor Choi.
I'll be really quick. And my point is that if ICT has this dual potential, on the one hand enabling the surveillance, but on the other hand enabling mobilization, how should we think about its aggregated effect in Tajikistan? And I have another question, but I will talk about this after this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments and questions. Before I turn to the speakers to respond to the questions and comments raised by the discussants, I have some questions from the floor. I'm going to read it for First, to Professor Thibault. You mentioned that culture of denunciation is a Soviet legacy. How do you think the current digital surveillance qualitatively differ from past analog methods in their impact on citizens' psychological and social trust? There is more, but I want to stop here because we are out of time. And Professor Mario Hendrik, you mentioned Japan's observation as a conspicuous and intimidating method of In the case of North Korea, how do you think this principle of surveillance has been internalized and developed? What equipment or know-how was exported or transferred to North Korea during this process? And finally, to Professor Miroslav Vanek, it's written in Korean. 네 개의 분석 요소를 어떤
So, why did you choose these four analysis elements? Did you apply the focus theory? And regarding today's North Korean situation, you experienced the Czech's transition of regime. So, how do you think of the current situation in North Korea?
I can give you too many minutes.
Does it work? Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the discussant for his comments, and I'll respond to each of them. Regarding the comment on the comparison of two regimes, I have to disagree because I do not compare these regimes per se, but I examine their surveillance policies. So in the paper, I explicitly state that these regimes are dissimilar, and the logic of surveillance is different as well. In North Korea, the surveillance focuses on ensuring the maintenance of the Kim family, whereas in Xinjiang, it is focused on assimilation of Uyghur people, Turkic Muslim people, into dominant Han identity. So let's dissect the logic here. Why did I have two cases, and why it is not problematic? Because this paper is theoretical, so my main motivation is theoretical. So I focus on the linkage between surveillance and space in extreme authoritarian context. And if I had an empirical paper, and if I had a methodology, for instance, let's assume that I specifically wrote that in this paper I have two similar cases, in this paper I have two dissimilar cases, this could have been criticized on methodological grounds. But here I'm motivated by how space is entangled to authoritarian structures. So I kind of examine these cases in order to explain how authoritarian states kind of impose control in everyday life and its impact into spatial structure. And with respect to AI, yes, China is an AI advanced country, and in North Korea, it's not that developed, and it has increased its CCTV cameras over the years. It's explicitly stated in the paper, but again, repeating, I focus on how people change their everyday lives because of state-dominated routines and practices, and how they kind of inhabit space, and how space becomes a force dictating how they have to live. That's the main logic I'm looking here. And regarding fieldwork, yes, this is the limitation of study, and it's been mentioned. And 2 years ago, as I said it previously, I did fieldwork in Turkey. I surveyed and conducted interviews with Uyghur diaspora. And I'm going to explain how fieldwork is not a good match for this paper. I mean, let's assume that I conducted fieldwork in Uyghur region in China. I mean, what would I do with North Korea? So this is a limitation, and this limitation is out of necessity. It's not ideal. I accept that this is not ideal, and North Korea is already a difficult country. But I have to rely on secondary sources. Again, I mean, in this research, my main motivation is not to find new empirical evidence. Otherwise, I would have, conducted research with North Korean defectors and etc. And it's been stated in the future research section because I mentioned that future researchers should conduct, surveys and interviews with North Korean defectors and etc. And regarding everyday resistance, it's a valid point. I think I should explore it further, and it's a valid critique. Actually, when I listened to the presentation about mobile devices, I kind of thought about how this could be applied to my research, because in my research, I focus on how the state imposes control, totalizes control in everyday space, and even, private space. But the researcher mentioned that there is a digital technology-driven private space emerging in North Korea. And this could be evolved further. This could be focused, there could be more research on that. The tension between state-imposed space and everyday resistance. That tension could be elaborated further. Actually, it's a new research area. So, yeah, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Many thanks, Jiang Kim. Hope the good pronunciation. I'm not sure, but thank you for your feedbacks and kind words. I would like to say, because there are not a lot of questions, but one thing is maybe important, because on Monday we celebrated the 36th anniversary when communism in Czechoslovakia fell down. And I was in TV, and they asked me what I think about the new situation in Czechoslovakia and how far we are from the communism era. And I think, yeah, I have a similar talk in Panopticon on the Friday or Thursday, and they asked me what do you want to say there, and I would say, I don't know about the situation there, about the scholars, but maybe that could be interesting for them. And they asked me if the situation could be similar for the liberal democracy. Like it works same like in the communist era. I think that I am not afraid now from the ideological point of view. On the other hand, if they ask me if I see the parallels between the late socialism and current digital surveillance, I think that today's digital environment, it was my answer, that today's digital environment also creates self-surveillance. People expose themselves voluntarily. The difference is the motivation now is convincing and invisible. It's not ideology. What was like main point what I wanted to answer them and here. And about the other question, why I choose this for groups, I do this research 30 years, and I started in the 1992 with the first biggest groups. It was the revolutionary students from '89 who started the so-called Velvet Revolution, and we did interview with 100 students, and then we continue in the whole 30 years. We continue with the communist elites and the dissidents. On both sides, we interviewed 100 persons, and then we focus on the ordinary people. And I saw this, if I prepared this paper, it was for first time when I talk about it. I think that could be very interesting for you if you see different social strata, like the workers, like the communist elites, like the ecological protesters, which was official, unofficial, and the subcultura, young people like the punkers and the rockers. So I think that this focus could be different, but I wanted to explain how the Foucault principle influence every this for groups. And if I didn't forget, or this is situation about North Korea, I am not sure, but I could say only one thing, that I didn't believe that something could change in 80s, in the half of 80s in Czechoslovakia, and I started to believe that something could change and could be shaking for our society. It was with the changes of the foreigner states, like at first the Gorbachev perestroika, and the second things. I have to say that very important for us was Poland, when we could see that Polish started their activities in 80s, and they survived 10 years and fell down to communism. So I think that it was very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fyodor Tertitsky, for your remarks. As far as I understand your intention, you claim that somehow my presentation was too black and white when it comes to picture of this history, and you also claim that I paid too much attention to Soviet factor. Do I understood you correctly? Yeah, so in general that it was too black and white picture, right? Yeah, of course you are partly right, because my idea and my way of thinking was that it's only a conference paper, and that I'm going to deliver it to people who are not, majority of whom are not interested in Poland's history. So I wanted to simplify some things, just to make them better understand our realities, which were really complicated, as you know, and the whole Poland's history, especially in 20th century, is dramatic and complicated. But of course, you are right. It's not the case that everybody was in our underground or later in the opposition. Many people didn't participate in armed underground or in the opposition. But on the other hand, it's true that in this early period, without strong Soviet support, they wouldn't be communist Poland, because if there were free elections, Poles would choose democracy, and democratic pro-Western Poland would emerge after World War II. And regarding security institutions, you are also right that after a few years, when the system was stabilized, there was no need to have thousands or hundreds of Soviet representatives of Soviet security institutions, because there were Polish representatives and many figures. And again, I didn't want to mention their name because it's pointless actually in this kind of conference. But definitely after 1956, the whole security apparatus was headed by Polish communists. Yes. So I hope that now you are a little bit more satisfied. Thank you. And regarding the question from the audience, it concerns so-called Japanese observation, which was sometimes used by many security institutions. What means that officers who surveyed someone revealed their presence to show him or her that he was under the surveillance, and it usually, in Polish case, they use this technique against foreign diplomats to prevent them from espionage. But the question is whether I think this kind of surveillance was used in North Korea. Actually, I haven't conducted research on North Korean security apparatus, so I'm not sure, but I believe that it's a technique commonly used by counterintelligence in many countries, so probably North Koreans also used so-called Japanese observation. And the second part concerns what equipment or know-how was exported or transferred to North Korea during this process. I'm not sure what you mean about saying this process. So I'm afraid I cannot comment it. I can only say that regarding know-how and various equipment used by security institutions, when it comes to Poland, actually I wrote a paper about Polish-North Korean cooperation in the 1980s when it comes to security institutions, because after martial law was implemented, North Koreans, sorry, were somehow, I would say, impressed that Jaruzelski and the regime were able to suppress solidarity without Soviet or foreign involvement, and they wanted to learn how to deal with mass protests, mass opposition, and so on. So from early 1980s until the late 1980s, from time to time, representatives of both security apparatus met, they exchanged their experiences, and the North Koreans also purchased some equipment in Poland to use in their work in DPRK. That's all what I can tell you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for your really insightful comments. Don't worry, I'll be brief. So the question about the motivations, right? And this is something I had not thought about, that a lot of the information might be actually wrong or false, especially if people make false denunciations. So I hadn't thought of that. I should include that in the paper. However, my first thought would be that it doesn't matter if it's true or not, even though I don't think it creates an information problem in the sense, because one of the goals of the state is to create loyalty. And so it doesn't matter if the information is wrong. It shows the state that those citizens are willing to do that, to denounce some of their neighbors or co-workers. So in that sense, it achieves the goal of loyalty, I would say. But this is something I could definitely include in the paper. Thank you for that. It's true that it has dual potential, ICTs. You're right. In many countries, it does. In many countries, it does. But as we have seen, I think there is some movements in North Korea, some technological warfare, that we have seen, which I thought was very interesting in the morning. However, I think in Tajikistan it's too dangerous to do that within Tajikistan. It's used by some social movements, for instance, to denounce gender-based violence. By some women, they create forums to express themselves. But for things that are political, I think it's not used. But it is used by political exiles abroad. They make use, a lot of them who are political refugees in Europe, they are extremely active on social media, and they use it to reach out to Tajiks within Tajikistan or in Russia. So there's strong opposition in exile. For the question from the public about the Soviet legacy, how is it different? Very interesting question. So one of my close friends in Tajikistan, she was a political activist who founded a political party in the 1990s. So she was part of the strong anti-Soviet movement. So I'm saying this about her because she is the one, she's in her 60s now, and she's the one who told me that there was more justice in the USSR, Tajikistan, in Soviet Tajikistan than there is today in Tajikistan. She said whenever we made a complaint against the authorities, it was very bureaucratic, but it would go through proper channels. And then there was some form of accountability, whereas today corruption is so widespread that it's impossible to to make any criticism against the current authorities, local or national. So that's very interesting. And we met with her not in Tajikistan. We met in Uzbekistan last year, and she was asking me to put my phone away when we were discussing Tajikistani politics. So the impact it has on people is that people become extremely suspicious. Even she knows she can trust me, but she was afraid of surveillance on my own phone, even though I live in Kazakhstan. And so the impact it has on people is that people are extremely afraid of saying anything that could be recorded unintentionally. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I failed to keep the time frame. My apologies. I deeply thank to all the participants, speakers, and discussants, and especially the organizers of the conference. I'm feeling great because we had a wonderful, wonderful conference, wonderful presentations and discussions. I feel like I learned a lot. But at the same time, I'm feeling a little sad because, as I said in the earlier of the session, that even though we have the title of the conference, the Withering Panopticon, I'm afraid what we are seeing is exactly opposite. As the democracies are retreating around the world, we are witnessing more and more like panopticon-like systems around the world. That's, I guess, all the more reason that we need to do something to keep and protect our liberty, freedom, and privacy. I hope the session helps for that endeavor. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
네, 토론과 발표를 통해 깊이
So with the discussion and presentation, we could learn a lot. And for the next round, we will have 5-minute break, and after that, we will start the roundtable session. So the presenters for the session 2 and the presenters from session 1 will participate in the roundtable, and Professor Kim Sung-bae will moderate the roundtable session. So let's have 10-minute break from now. Thank you.
네, 이제 오늘의 마지막 프로그램인 라운드 테이블을
The last program for today, Roundtable, will begin shortly. So the speakers of the first and second session will participate in the Roundtable, and Professor Kim Sung-bae will moderate the session. So the presenters from first and second session, please come to the venue and take seat. So as it's the last of today's program, please join us till the end of today's session. Thank you.
네, 발표자분들이 이동하시는 동안 한 가지 안내 말씀 더 드리겠습니다. 라운드 테이블이 끝나게 되면
Let me deliver housekeeping note. We will provide a dinner after this round session, and after the roundtable session, we will have a dinner party together.
네, 다 오신 것 같습니다. 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
So we will begin the roundtable session. As mentioned earlier, I deliver the MC in the Korean language, and you can use the receiver for the translation service and vice versa. From the early morning session, we had 8 presentations throughout the day, and there were some interesting discussion. In the morning session, we focused on the North Korea's panopticon, how it has changed. And in the afternoon session, we shared the experiences in other countries. Interestingly, 2 countries, how the panopticon was evolved in the past, and in 2 countries, some panopticons are still underway. And another interesting point is that in the after session, we lose our power. So the strength of the discussion get loosened. However, this interface, we do not see that. So still, I hope that there were very active discussion and we got meaningful lessons from the discussions. As you may be already aware of, we have many discussions today, and different circumstances and situations were discussed and shared. So, in order to discuss, we need a key point. So the first question, the withering panopticon, the first question we shared, what about sharing our story with the theme of withering panopticon? The key point, key question is that for North Korea, and in the afternoon session, we focused on other countries, but in the morning session, we focused on the North Korea. And in dealing with other countries' experiences, based on that experiences, how can you diagnose the situation in North Korea? So when we discussed on the North Korea, we need to focus on the change in awareness of the North Korean resident and the changes from the digital technology, and of course the change in international circumstances, international community circumstances, and how the regime, North Korean regime, reacts to that change. In considering all these factors, all the presenters gathered today, how do you see the future change in panopticon situation in North Korea? So the withering panopticon, and we had another question mark, and we can get an answer to that unanswered question. And we can't answer the question in the designated seat order. So first, the left, the very left, I guess he has enough break time. So I guess starting with Frank Mooring, you don't have to specifically detailed explanation. Can you just share us with a brief ideas and opinion? Before we initiate this conference, we hope that the withering panopticon in the North Korea, but as the discussions goes on and presentation goes on, we think that it is still strengthening, not withering. So what do you see that from your point of view?
Thank you very much, Dangzanim. Yeah, it is a difficult question to answer, as you mentioned. And but just from the impressions of today's conference, I think I like to pick up a little bit of Dr. Young's idea of the forth and back, which I really find impressive, that he found in his interviews that historically, or let's say if you look at the time, there's always a claim of freedom of certain spaces, personal spaces that are not controlled or less controlled, and then comes the pushback. And I think this is maybe a rhythm of modern society, of human life as well, that we have these waves. So yes, there will be, or there are times and specific moments where the panopticon in North Korea is withering or has withered in the past, but the claim for power and for control is also pushing back. And I think so this question can be answered with both yes and no, depending on what specific aspect of North Korean society and life we look at. I remember one research paper I also read in preparation of this conference, who was focusing very specifically on physical education in North Korea. Yeah? And she argued that after the Long March, the big the hunger experience of many years, and basically what was the reason also where how the markets created in North Korea, that physical education became less demanding in North Korea out of necessity, because people were hungry, and that this change didn't push back after food was there again. That means physical education, of course, has positive effects, right, on our body and so on, but it also has the effect of training, especially in socialist societies, when it is overemphasized in competitions and so on and so on. So her argument is that even though after that there was enough food and people could have returned to these endless competitions, regional and so on, which were organized by parties, this didn't come back. So basically, this time, this free time was gained. And here, in a small moment, the panopticon withered on a more sustainable base. So, and of course, as a living in South Korea and looking towards the freedom and the change within North Korea, I'm hoping there are more of these moments that we can identify and point out within our research. Thank you very much.
네, thank you. 미국 대통령이
So as U.S. President heard from his advisors, and they say that on the one hand, blah, blah, blah, and they add, like, on the other hand, blah, blah, blah. This is one of the characteristics of scholars. So I believe that today's discussion, for today's discussion, it's okay to be biased and have a one-sided position. So David, it's your turn. So for this time, regarding smartphone users of North Korea, especially the younger generations, the technological resistance and experiences were studied. And in a nutshell, the panopticon of North Korea is being evolved. The reason is the North Korean panopticon is on the side of the strong hands, which means the surveillance and control. I'm not really sure that they are entirely dominating the people of North Korea. So they are trying to introduce a new technology because there is a crack inside. So they are trying to fulfill the crack inside the North Korean society. This is the reason that they are actively evolving and introducing innovative technologies. So the panopticon in North Korea is not collapsing nor being consolidated. They are just fighting each other. So the insiders or North Korean residents are playing a pivotal role under the circumstances. They are not just controlled, they are mobilizing creative methods so that they can utilize mobile phone as a arms of the weak people. So now they are trying to use a digitalized way. And upon the East Germany story from the keynote speech, I thought there are a lot of similarities with North Korea. So in the past, they utilized antennas and book clubs to resist against the rulers at that time. So in ANT, we use the term translation, which means modifying something so that it can perform a different function. So I think that we need to focus on the younger generations of North Korea, and they are utilizing a whole new methods in a whole new way. So the marketplace generations are entering their 40s now, and sooner or later they will get older. And then their way of thinking and their experience of marketplace will make them impossible to be controlled and dominated with the old-fashioned methods. So there is another generation who experienced digital devices. So when they reach their 40s, there would be some hope. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Dr. Bang Myung-soo, please. And the division on the Korean Peninsula. I'm the direct participator, so I would like to accurately diagnose the situation in North Korea. I have an ambition there, but since I'm a researcher with a Korean nationality, it is not allowed for me to visit North Korea, and also difficulty acquiring the accurate information on the North Korea. But I would like to accurately read the situation change in North Korea. So from that perspective, from a personal point of view, I have a great interest in market. So as prepared for this thesis, I would like to share my stories. Why the North Korean regime does not collapse? How they can maintain the regime? Then maybe panopticon structure may well suited for the North Korea and how it is well maintained from the two perspectives. First, the characteristic of the market in North Korea. The market in North Korea is not simply the same in terms of market in other countries. The system of the market is well maintained, and so that the individuals gain income by trading at a market and get a reward from the country. So the North Korean market is quite different. The government or regime is systematically controlling the market. They allow the market and control and manage the market. So the market is formed and shaped the basis of the middle class. So the North Korean situation is different. The socialist country, North Korea, market and the enterprises, social worker enterprises are very much different, but they are at the simultaneously operated because the regime maintains the market and control it. So I see a clear limitation. The market will bring North Korean change. So the surveillance and control system is not relieved by the North Korean regime. It will not bring a fundamental change in the North Korea. It may be a very frustrating situation, but I would like to accurately diagnose the situation in North Korea because researchers
had a very positive expectations because the North Korean regime will collapse. We had a positive expectation, but from a cooling point of view, we have to have a different strategic perspective, and in line with that, as I am the Korean people, maybe the foreign national researchers do or conduct a research related on the North Korea, so I really appreciate from them, and it will lay the foundation for the collapsing of the North Korean regime. Thank you.
From now on, now is the turn to listen to the speakers of the second session.
When we think about the possibility of regime change in North Korea, we enter into a speculative terrain, but I think it's good to contemplate on different possibilities, and we should not accept the world as is, and we could look into how the future would look like. And no scholar predicted the end of the Soviet regime, but it ended. And how would the regime in North Korea end? And I have two possibilities in mind. One would be a regime change from within, and another one would be a macro level change having domino effect. For example, when Ho Chi Minh took power in 1950s, the US was afraid of domino effect, so it created the domino theory. They were afraid that a communist regime would create more communist regime in Southeast Asia. And Arab Spring led to the collapse of various regimes. The protests started in Tunisia and it spread to the whole Arab world. How would a macro level change occur? I mean, could there be a seismic regime change in China? Actually, American scientists always operated on the modernization theory when they thought about China. I mean, the modernization theory in the 1950s stated that if a country is advanced economically, there would be democracy because there would be, educated class and there would be middle class that would favor democracy. So they thought that, but they cannot understand the trajectory of China because China has been modernized, but it has not taken a democratic course. So it has adapted. So we should think about, when we think about the regime change, we should think about the adaptation strategies of regimes. The Soviet Union could not adapt to the new realities because its resources were depleted with the space race with the US. It entered into a quagmire in Afghanistan, so it could not adapt. But the Chinese regime did. So I argue that a macro level change, a seismic change in China could have an impact in North Korea, and it's a possibility. And in social science, we cannot have certainties. We can only speculate. And what about a regime change? Let's assume that a regime change took place in North Korea. What would happen? The change would not be linear because we talk about a consolidated regime with a consolidated norms. If there is no change in norms, then it would backfire. Imagine the French Revolution. After the French Revolution, the dynastic regime was installed again, and there were 5 republics. And let's look at the Arab Spring. I mean, the Arab Spring started with high hopes for democracy. And right now, all the regimes that changed, that toppled their dictators, are back on track. They are the same dictatorship that existed before. And what would happen if a regime change takes place in North Korea? Would norms change? Would people adapt instantly? These are questions that need to be thought.
Thank you. Professor.
Vale, please.
I don't know how long the panopticon in North Korea will last. Perhaps the processes that will overthrow the regime have already begun. Maybe not. I am not sure about the IT control. If I listen a couple of papers today, it could be the problem, I think. But I would like to little bit show from the different perspective, from the methodological perspective and oral history, which could be very useful for this research. I think it's great that you can do the research while the regime is take the power. We couldn't do it, this one. It's under the communist regime. We would like to do the interview with the dissidents, with the ordinary, so-called ordinary people, with the people like the functionaries, but we couldn't do it because the power afraid it, because people afraid it. It was very difficult. No technological items, etc., etc. It's a big advantages which we hadn't, and I think that it's amazing to continue from today research and continue to the future, because I think that this longitudinal perspective is a great. I have a experience with it. I did the first interview with 100 students in the 1999. The second, the same groups of the 100 students in the 2009 and then 2019. It means that we would like to continue, and you can see that the research could show different political and historical events from the different perspective, and maybe that one day it will be real national treasure for both Korea, how you understand the present situation and thinking about the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
Marek? Yeah.
So many things has been said so far, so it's not easy to add something something new and fresh and important. But I believe and I agree with those opinions claiming that North Korean regime will try to use new and sophisticated methods to control the society. It seems to be quite obvious because their goal is to survive and to preserve their power. And one more thing which I would like to point out are outside players. Actually, Professor Ostik has mentioned Chinese factor, and I would add also Russia, because as far as I understand the geopolitics of this region, and I know a little bit their history, those two states, I mean previously the Soviet Union and communist China, helped to survive many crises inside North Korea, and I'm afraid that South Korea will somehow deal not only with North Korea itself and their internal problems, but there will be challenges posed by China, which, in my opinion, wouldn't like to have united, democratic, pro-Western Korean Peninsula as a neighbor. And the same refers to Russia, ruled by Putin or his circles, I mean imperialist, revisionist, anti-Western Russia is also not interested in having democratic, united Korea as a neighbor. So I would like to have opportunity and ask someday South Korean policymakers what is their plan for the future and how they would like to deal with Russians and Chinese and maybe other outside players when it comes to planning future unification of Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Thibault, yes.
Yes, I don't have much to say. Obviously, I'm not a specialist of North Korea. I don't feel very competent talking about this. But one thing that Dr. Öztürk mentioned was those macro changes, social political changes that we might see in the future could have an impact because, as I understand, the regime in North Korea seems pretty solid. So maybe those, great changes could impact it. One thing that hasn't been, again, I'm returning the question being not a specialist, so I'm interested, no one mentioned the impact that that South Korea could have in those changes. So I would be interesting for me if you think that South Korea could be a game changer for whatever reason or another. And finally, I will say something very pessimistic, and I'm sorry to be prophet of doom, but I think, unfortunately, I'm a big fan of dystopian science fiction. That's one of my hobbies, and I actually see not the withering of Panopticon, but its expansion to countries that are considered today democratic. And I think this is something, as a citizen and a political scientist, I'm a bit afraid of, that those surveillance systems are making their way into democracies, and we see a lot of backsliding, democratic backsliding in some countries, notably the United States. And only the emergence of AI technology that we see today is only the beginning, and I don't know how this can be expanded into very powerful surveillance tools, even in democracies.
Thank you. Still, we have some time. 시간이 있으니.
If you have any questions from the floor, I'd like to receive the feedback from the floor. As Kusel, the keynote speaker, Dr. Kusel, and Dr. Professor Kim Ji-young, who was a discussant, please give your feedbacks, and Dr. Friendly.
Yeah, maybe I will start. Thank you very much for all the speeches today. And one observation over the several talks. Technical measures develop from decades and over countries, but when we are looking at mobile phone generation in North Korea, I see reactions from below are quite similar over decades and over countries. So in everyday life, everybody has to cope with surveillance, and they have to find their ways in a dictatorship. So as we saw in many speeches today, people find their spaces, they find microcosms, and of course there are pushbacks. So as it was in Europe under communist dictatorship, but when we have a deeper look over a long term, all these cracks and micro changes will guide. I'm very optimistic, so I can't come with empirical evidence for the Korean case, but from history, from the German case, and from other European cases. So I believe in the wish for freedom of every personality who can't decide to live on the side of freedom or on the side of dictatorship. So they try to do their best. Often they have to accommodate with dictatorship, but this doesn't mean there's change possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘
Thank you. So I proceeded with a discussion in English, but as you know, Korean is my mother tongue, so I would like to speak in Korean, and I trust the interpreters today. So today, the sessions were very impressive, given that in studying North Korea, the existing researchers never tried the methodologies that were presented today, especially I respect for the methodology of research at the Sungsil University institution. So your approach to panopticon was very refreshing and new. So it was almost shocking to me. And I studied in Budapest, and the regime transition of Central Europe related to North Korea is my topic for study these days. And overall, my impression was that Eastern Europe or East and West Germany and inter-Korea relations are all different. That should be recognized, first of all. In a nutshell, North Korea, South Korea, DPRK, and the Republic of Korea had civil war in 1950s, so they experienced war. However, that wasn't the case with Germany. And the Eastern European countries like Bulgaria, Czech, Poland, etc., were suffered from the international strategies of the former Soviet Union. So the results and the process were quite different from that of the Korean Peninsula. And the other point is that recently there were some changes in the criminal law in 2020. So there were some revisions of the legal system of North Korea, and video contents from South Korea will be handled with heavy punishment under the newly revised law of North Korea. So far, Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-un era, the principle of unification had been maintained, but these days, this is no longer maintained. So they always say hostile two states system. That's the basic direction of Kim Jong-un regime these days. So our own approach to unification will be quite different from now. So the panopticon, will it be increasing? Will it be enhanced? I believe that the panopticon will be strengthened because for North Korean perspective, South Korea is a different country. So they will block the influence from South Korea. So compared to the perspective of Eastern Europe, North Korea will be tightened in terms of control. And the way of studying North Korea from South Korean part should be differentiated from now. So from the perspective of regional studies, we have to seek out the ways to coexist with North Koreans. So we need to have a paradigm shift in terms of macro strategy toward North Korea. So regarding panopticon, the structure and system should be studied in depth to better understand the current changes of North Korea. In this regard, today's symposium was very significant, and this will serve as a milestone for studying North Korea. Thank you.
Fred Lee, please.
First of all, thank you very much for the wonderful presentations the whole day. I attend a lot of academic conferences, and sometimes my mood changes between rage, despair, and boredom, but this time I think it was very interesting, and I followed all presentations. I think what was one similarity in all cases was this back and forth, this cat and mice game that civilians and the state plays. And of course, if you look in the future and the technological progress, then I'm really afraid that we will get some kind of a super cat that civilians or citizens cannot stop anymore. I don't know if you heard about this, that MasterCard or Visa, if they would analyze the data of your wife or your husband, they could actually predict if you will get divorced or not divorced, even though you don't know if you will be divorced or not. So what we will do if we have a state that knows that you will become a dissident, even though you don't know you will become a dissident yet? What will we do when we get into this kind of situation? Actually, I don't know how we can stop that. It will be difficult to stop that in authoritarian regimes. I think it will be also difficult, as you said, to stop that in democratic societies. What I think is that even though it's just a tiny little bit, but the work that you do, explaining things, doing research on these topics, showing also the really bad and shocking sides of surveillance, I think that can maybe at least make people interested in what dangers lie in strong and tight surveillance. So thank you very much again for your presentations.
Thank you. Any other comments on the floor?
안녕하세요. 숭실평화통일연구원의 배진숙입니다.
Good afternoon. My name is Bae Jin-suk from Sungsil University, and as a student today, I came here to learn about something. So during the first session, various ways of studying North Korea was presented. As a researcher for diaspora, I've always been thinking that North Korean studies is very difficult, but out of all the difficulties, all the presentations were made in effective ways. And for the second session, I realized that this is not only the problem of North Korea, and I also thought about the connections with the Eastern European cases. So this served as a valuable opportunity for me to deepen my own thoughts on North Korean studies. And as a researcher for diaspora, I've been only focused on South Korean diaspora, but from this semester, I started studying on North Korean diaspora. So in an academic context, I would like to realize unification between two Koreas. So the North Korean defectors living in overseas is one of the topics that I teach to the undergraduates. And they send money to North Korea, and that the money is utilized for the marketization within North Korea. So the North Korean defectors send money to the family members remaining in North Korea. So the mobility level of North Korea or panopticon system of North Korea, these are all required to deepen my knowledge and understanding on North Korea. So I realized that I need to learn everything about North Korea from the perspective of regional studies. So it's really hard to conduct research. However, thanks to these wow moments, I could continue my work thanks to your presidents. So I would like to study both North Korean and South Korean diaspora. Thank you for your presentations today.
I'm Catholic Unification Forum. My name is Reverend Shin Min-bum. As the theme of Panopticon, I am not familiar with the word or term Panopticon. It's a great opportunity to learn the term and the information and the authoritarian regime, the surveillance system, how much it had an impact, and I got a great insight. I would like to have the optimistic view as the surveillance system as Panopticon in the North Korea is going to be strengthened. However, the human's creative works and effort will weaken the Panopticon or surveillance system in the North Korea. So the totalitarianism will shift to the change in transformation. So the freedom will be guaranteed in some sense so that the unity and unification between the South and North Korea will be achieved. So I have a great optimism view that, and as Dr. or Professor Beck mentioned, the Jangmadang of North Korea and the enterprises in the North Korea, many women in North Korea are struggling to raise their children and earn money in the market, but the contrary men do not work diligently. So that means the administration provide political ideology training. So the capitalization factor will be impacted by the market in North Korea, but the North Korean enterprises, the man will get a training in the appropriate way, the realistic factor or happening in the Jangmadang. Will they get a training appropriate way to control that? I have since I hope that more research will be focused on that perspective, and overall the unification and Catholics in North Korea will develop further. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So now is the time to move for dinner together. So here lies my closing remarks. So our institute was launched about 11 years ago. So it's been 12 years. Back in 2014, I started the institute so that North Korean studies can be pursued at the institute. So over more than a decade, we can know about the direction and we can build a sort of confidence. However, that's not true with North Korean studies. It's still hard and we don't know where to go. So at our institute, this problem of panopticon was studied at the mid-level. However, during the discussion, the macro-level observations were presented, and Dr. Kusho used the term crack. That was quite impressive for me. So this is very micro-level observation. So how North Korean society will change should be studied at macro and micro and mid-level at the same time so that we can have a comprehensive view on the changes so that we can have a clear blueprint on the future of North Korea in our mind. I personally is a optimist full of hope. So in my first paper, the title stipulated the term crack. However, I decided not to use the term crack. Regarding the market, there are a lot of pros and cons, and the market itself in North Korea is not a complete market. However, the people are trading in the marketplace, and that creates a sort of crack inside. And this crack can generate force when a number of cracks are combined. However, the circumstances are not really good in North Korea because the North Korean regime suppresses the market activities when it seems that it's creating cracks. However, markets can play the role of a primer in generating cracks within the North Korean society. So the disciplinary and freedom and pursuing value, these are the instincts of humankind. So when the certain type of force is accumulated, even a strong dictatorship should accept that force from the citizens. That's the base of my hope. So we will further improve our own studies so that we can better understand North Korea as it is. So we will continue our efforts. Once again, I would like to thank the presenters and our colleagues in the academic circle. Thank you. So let's give all the presenters another big round of hands. Thank you. That concludes the fourth international conference. So hope today's discussion will open a new era for the new interpretation on the inter-Korean relations. Thanks again. Thank you.